Get peppy! Welcome to PEP 206. This is PEP or Planet Extra podcast. I am the host of Planet America on ABC Australia, but this is not an official podcast of the ABCs, at least for the next 2 weeks. Repeat, not an official podcast. But on PEP, we do cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. If you're listening, you can find us on YouTube at the PEP with Chaz and Dr. Dave channel, and you can also see highlights on the PEP Clips YouTube channel every now and then. You'll also find timestamps and show notes in our blurb. And if you leave a comment under our current episode video, we are likely to see it. You can also tweet us or blue sky us at PEPcasterJared. That's at PepChazDrDave. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can join our Discord server. It's on the screen right now or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lucky privately, why not email us? I know why, because I never reply. The address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. The address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. I do read them. I am going to reply. I'll talk to you about that in a second. But yeah, there are replies coming. As you know, they come in a rush. But for now, let's turn to a first-time guest pepper who I'm very excited about because we are here like past 9 p.m. So this is going to be a late one. And we still just sat around just chewing the fat for 45 minutes because we just get along real well. I'm talking about US Study Center's Jared Mondschein. Hi, Jared.
Hello.
Can you tell us your role at the US Study Center, just so we know what we're doing?
Sure, yeah. I am the Director of Research at the US Study Center. So Dr. Dave, I've never actually called him Dave. He's always David to me. He works on the academic side. I am on the think tank side. Okay, so when you're saying you're the Director of Research, that means that you are probably... You could be nerdier than me. There's a good chance. There's a good chance, but I don't want to take my chances. I think you beat all other nerds.
Oh, thank you very much. Before we were also talking about how the fact that I may be the only person who sleeps less than you as well.
That's right.
So
yeah,
we're like twins. Essentially.
There you go, twinsies forever.
We're like Schwarzenegger DeVito style twins. Now, first of all, sorry, I got a bit of a cough. Have you come up with something you're grateful for by any chance?
I have.
Yes.
This actually means a lot to me, and I am grateful for the fact that at the end of next month will be what I call Australian Thanksgiving.
I've never heard of this. What is this?
This is something I created.
Okay, that's why. So you're grateful for your own inventiveness.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So 6 months from American Thanksgiving in late November is what I call Australian Thanksgiving because that's when the weather is most like American Thanksgiving weather. And that is when I have my second Thanksgiving of the year, or maybe first of the year, with my second being in November. That's how much I love Thanksgiving. I do it twice. I
haven't been in an American Thanksgiving. Is American Thanksgiving a lot about the weather? Because I don't associate with the weather. I associate with November.
Well, yeah, in America, I think most associated with American football. So you have usually 3 games on a Thursday, which is rare. Most NFL football is not played on Thursday, or that many games at least usually. And then also people like to go outside and play football as well. People in the north, like where my family's from, we associate with like the autumn leaves and things getting colder. It's about a month or a few weeks from after Halloween. Then you got a month before Christmas, so it's right in the it's getting cold, but it's not super wintry yet.
Right. So to be clear, you still celebrate Thanksgiving in November as well.
Of course I do, because it's the best holiday in the whole world, and everyone should adopt it.
So this is a jib. You're just trying to get 2 Thanksgivings.
Well, to be fair, I cook more than anyone else, so it's really just an opportunity to be grateful twice a year, which I think is an excellent practice.
I shouldn't use the word jib.
I wasn't going to say it, but go ahead.
I've been criticized before, like 4 years ago, for using that word because I didn't even know what it meant. I just thought, well, I knew what it meant, but I didn't know the etymology. The etymology is gypsy.
That's correct.
And when I was informed of that, I said, okay, if I remember, I'll stop using it. So now I remembered after I've used it. So it's a scam.
Well, it's a scam where I'm losing because I am cooking turkeys twice a year. And in New South Wales, they're only frozen. By New South Wales law, you can't get a fresh turkey.
Ah, I didn't even know that.
Well, if you have Thanksgiving, you're invited, by the way, to Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So please.
I'll bring my laptop. Let's make this rock. Okay, I tell you what I'm grateful for. This is a very nerdy grateful. So I'm getting off to a flyer in the nerd off the stakes here. I am grateful for people who support current law baseline rather than current policy baseline. Let me just explain. Well, let me remind people, because I have discussed this before, but it is topical this week. Essentially, there are two ways that you can interpret a budget when you are trying to budget for the next 10 years, a policy, or the next 20 years, whatever. You can either presume current law, which means if something is due to expire in, say, 3 years' time, you assume it will expire in 3 years' time because that's what the law says. Or you can budget according to current policy, which is to say, this particular tax is here right now. It will expire next year, but since it's here now, we'll assume it will last forever when we budget. Now, you might go, why would you do that? Because that is just that has no relevance to reality whatsoever. You're just making shit up when you do that. The reason why you do that is because if you happen to be in the Senate and you need to make your bills budget neutral over the 10-year period, you will use whatever tricks you possibly can to make that happen. And so what we have at the moment, we have a situation where Republicans in the Senate are trying to extend their tax cuts, which are due to expire by next year, I believe. And they want
2027, sorry.
2027,
I think
is
it was
it?
10 years from when they passed.
Thank you very much. There we go. You got some nerd points right there. Thank you, Jared. They do expire in 2027. And so they want to extend them, but it will cost a lot of money to extend them. It will cost, I haven't prepared this because I ran out of preparation time. But it's like, I think off the top of my head, was $4 trillion, I think, to extend.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And that's a lot of money to have to raise to be budget neutral. But if you just say, current policy is that the tax cuts are there, so to extend them according to current policy baselines will cost nothing because they'll last forever. Then you don't need to raise $4 trillion. You can raise zero. Of course, in reality, it will create a $4 trillion deficit if you do that. But they don't care. They just want to pass their bill. And they can't pass it with 50 votes unless it follows the reconciliation rules, which is how you get around the filibuster in the sense. It's all very complicated.
The Byrd Rule.
The Byrd Rule, exactly. The Byrd Rule that's BYRD for people going, hang on, birds, what? That's who was an ex-senator. There are various elements of the Byrd Rule you need to satisfy in order to get around the filibuster when you're passing by reconciliation with 51 votes. And that is one of them. And these are budget neutral over the 10-year period. So we have a situation right now where Republicans are trying to sneak through these tax cut extensions without having to pass very unpopular cuts to pay for them. And Mike Johnson is desperate to pass it with the current policy baseline. That's what the Senate want to do as well. That's what the Senate did do just now. The Senate, when they passed their budget resolution, which is their skeleton of what they expect the bill will be like a summary of what the bill will be like, it assumed current policy baseline. This is a very long way to go. So I'm grateful for the people in the House who often get a hard time from people like me. People in the media will describe them as crazy, as nutcases, the Freedom Caucus types, the hardcore conservatives. And you know what? You can say they're crazy if you like, but at least they are sticking to reality when it comes to budgeting. And they really do not like the Senate trying to play these budgeting games. And what happened this week was they found it really tough to try and pass the House resolution to match the Senate resolution because the conservatives in the House refused to play those budget games. And so they were going, if you want to extend those tax cuts, we need to save at least another $1.5–2 trillion at least to make that work. So where are those savings coming from? And the Senate's saying, don't do that. Just assume current policy baseline. They're saying, no, we are not going to do that. And so I am grateful to those conservatives, those conservative Republicans, for trying to stick with reality. Now, unfortunately, in the end, they got bullied into conceding. Look, they said that they did a deal where everyone agreed that they were going to try and find $1.6 trillion worth of cuts to make it work. But you know what? It's a non-binding deal. It's a handshake deal. It's garbage. It's worth nothing. They got pressured by Trump, essentially, is what just happened. So, look, they folded, but at the very least, they waved the flag for reality, budgeting reality, and they're going to come back because this was just the first step. Every step it gets harder and harder and harder. And when we get to the real bill, they'll be back saying, what about those $1.6 trillion worth of cuts you just promised? So I do predict problems down the road. I'm just grateful that they're fighting this fight because honestly, if you asked me to predict a year ago, if anyone would give us stuff about this, I said, no, they're just going to try and get their bill through. And that's not the case. So I'm grateful.
I fact-checked myself. The end of this year, December 31, is when they expire. So they truly do expire at the end of this year.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Jared. Thank you for the fact check. Before we get into the content, first of all, a lot of feedback on Coco. People love Coco, and I'm so sorry because I was so slack in getting my preparation done for this podcast. We're doing it a day after I intended, so Coco had to go home. But I'm sure Coco did see all the kind comments, and she lives in Melbourne. We record in Sydney, so she's not going to be around anytime soon. But Coco, you're always welcome to return anytime you want, because the people love you. They love the Coco box. And the other thing is, we're going to get straight into the content. I'm going to be having a big feedback session where I go through your emails in the not too distant future. But I don't want to waste Jared's time. I'm going to get straight into the content. But there is one bit of feedback I have to respond to, and that is the feedback involving my ABC update last week. Unsurprisingly, you guys are very interested in what's going to happen to the podcast. So I should update you a little bit more. Jared, you seemed interested when we were talking about this half an hour ago, so you are more than welcome to throw questions at me. This is not rigged. You can throw whatever questions you like at me while I'm talking about this. But look, I very deliberately did not give you all the information last week because I didn't have all the information last week. And there's still one point of negotiation which all of you have hit on immediately as the key sticking point. So full credit to you guys for working this out. And that is, the sticking point is 3-hour limit. Fine, have a 3-hour limit. That's for one podcast. But does that mean 3 hours per week? Are we going to have extras? Are we going to have a second podcast that could be 3 hours long and maybe a third podcast? Because you don't care about whether it's 3 hours in one file. You care about where you're going to get all the nerdy glory. And that is what I'm still trying to find out. I think we're going to have extras, but I'm not 100%. And that is going to be potentially a sticking point because 3 hours a week, in my view, is not enough. So we will see about that. But I hear you and I share it. And, as far as concerns about the ABC, it's actually shocked me when I first brought this up, Jared, about 3 months ago. It shocked me what a large proportion of the audience said, screw the ABC, just go professional. Because I thought to myself, the people who are watching this, most of them are Planet America viewers. Most of them only know us because they watch the ABC. And it surprised me how little faith ABC viewers have in the ABC.
I'd love to see the polling on that. And I'd love to compare polling and trust in media here versus the US as well.
Let me tell you, that it would be hard for you to... I don't have the exact numbers because it's just off the top of my head, but it would be hard for you to find a higher percentage of people who had no faith in the ABC than in our audience. Our audience are people who the ABC should appeal to. They're not like my dad. They're not Sky News viewers. These people are people who you would expect to be receptive to the ABC. And they're going, no, don't trust the ABC. The ABC are crap. The ABC are going to ruin your podcast. That is actually, to be honest, that's part of the reason I want to do it. Not because of your reaction, but because I'm I'm a weird amalgam of politics, as you guys know, and like I'm that weird libertarian who's working on the public on the public television network, and the reason for that is because I think when done right, there is a room for public broadcasting. I think when done wrong, there is no room. If the ABC is just replicating commercial TV, just axe it tomorrow. Like, it's a waste of money. I've never been of the view the ABC should just be replicating what's on commercial TV and what's on commercial radio and what's on commercial news. I don't think that's the role of the ABC, but I think there's a lot of stuff that is not commercial ready. There's a lot of stuff out there that's valuable for the public, that the elements of the public want and the elements of the public need, that is just simply not commercially viable.
Can I ask for some core examples of that?
Yeah, sure. Like stuff like arts programming. Like, that's never going to be commercially viable in a million years. Stuff like ethnic programming, like on SBS. Like that's never going to be on Channel 10. That's just like certain kinds of investigative news is never going to be commercially viable. Like the sensationalist investigative news, sure. But the really hard stuff, the forensic accounting stuff, that's never going to be commercially viable. That's really expensive. It takes months and months and months. Even if it rates its socks off, it doesn't pay for itself. So that's just never going to be commercially viable. So if you want a proper news service, that needs to be public. Or at least you need to find a different method of funding it, whether it be the angel investor or something. You need some other method other than just basic commercialism.
I worked at Bloomberg, so I can say the other one is a super high, expensive paywall.
Yeah, sure. But you need to have something that people are willing to pay for. Then, another thing is what we do, Planet America. That's why I make Planet America, because I think Planet America is valuable, but I also think it will never be on Channel 10, not in its current form, that's for sure. Even though American politics is pretty popular, but if you do it the way I like to do it, if you do it like PEP, it ain't going to be commercially viable.
Have you ever watched public access television in New York City or heard about it?
I have watched public access television in New York City. Yes.
Yeah, I have to wonder if the moment we're in is making that more commercially viable than ever.
Maybe.
So yeah, maybe everything's upside down now.
Maybe our time has come. But
for those who haven't watched that, you can check it out on YouTube, and I highly recommend it. I don't want to spoil it for you, but just check out New York Public Access Television on YouTube when you get the chance.
Lucky, just put a little sting of it in every now and then during this podcast, please. Just break up topics maybe with just a little bit, just a little slice of New York public broadcasting.
Live around here, Steve Hartman, party on.
Hi, my name's Steve Hartman. Welcome to my segment.
Party on, Steve.
Party on, Charmin.
And and it's not just what I do now; it's what I've been doing for a while. Like before I did Planet America, I was the writer of, or at least one of the writers of the Checkout, which was a show about consumer affairs, like a nerdy show about consumer affairs. Like, I believe in information and entertainment, which it's not boring, but at the same time it's not commercial, and which is why I do it. But anyway, my point is, I see a role for the ABC, and it worries me a lot that the ABC services its own support base so poorly that they have no faith in it. When I say if we've got to the point where even the ABC's own likely audiences are going, well, the ABC's so mediocre, why would you go there? They're just going to ruin you. You go, well, you know what? 20 years' time, there's no ABC. Like, it's like that there's no future in that. And so I have no delusions of grandeur. I don't think I'm going to change everything. But I believe you should go down swinging when you believe in something. And so I want to give the ABC every opportunity to make this podcast work, because I believe in the ABC as an institution. I think ABC should make this kind of stuff. And yes, you want to be perfectly frank, I think there's a very reasonable chance the ABC could ruin it. And if they do, I walk. But in the meantime, I want to give them every chance. because I believe in the ABC and I believe in some people at the ABC. And those people, they're going to be in charge of this podcast. So I want to give them a shot. I might regret that.
Can I just say, as a fourth generation New Yorker, I love your earnestness. never have to question where you're coming from. And it's fantastic.
No, thank you. Yeah. Well, we did talk about this before. I'm an American who's never lived in America.
Beautiful. I love it.
But anyway, we really should get into the content.
Let's do it.
First of all, where we left the last podcast was on tariffs. We recorded it on the Thursday. I gave a little update on the Friday, and we spoke quite a lot about Liberation Day. But then we left it, and a lot has happened since then. So I'd like to first of all get any take you have on both what's happened in the past and where we're at now, and I'd like to give some updates. Would you like me to give some updates first, or would you like to give your take first?
Let's hear your updates first.
Okay. All right. Well, what's happened since the last time I spoke to you about tariffs? Well, there have been some new tech tariff exemptions. The changes just keep on coming, it seems, and we can't settle down even for a day. And by the way, regardless of whether you support the tech tariff exemptions or not, I actually think it's got to the point where he just needs to stop tinkering for a while. Even if he's doing good things changing every day is creating enough bad to outweigh those good things, I feel. Just
stop.
Yeah, just calm down, mate.
Yeah. Make the choice of doing nothing for a long time.
Exactly.
And the fact that he's doing so much so quickly and so haphazardly is inherently in itself what has actually hurt economic confidence by Americans, leading to record levels of dissatisfaction.
100%. The uncertainty is becoming a massive, massive issue. Now, but let's talk about this. A guidance was published on Friday, an extremely confusing guidance, I might add. I was trying to work it out, I really don't know what this means. But it appears that tech products are being excluded from the excess Chinese tariffs and the 10% global tariff. We're talking about stuff like smartphones, laptops, memory chips, modems, routers, flash drives, as well as transistors, semiconductors, and machines to make semiconductors and flat-screen TVs. They account for nearly a quarter of US imports from China. But if the products are from China, they still attract the 20% tariff for fentanyl for whatever reason. It's a strange exemption on its own merits, but we'll talk about this in a second. Because as an exemption, it mostly assists higher income consumers. It's your average homeless guy doesn't want to buy a flat screen TV. It leaves poorer people buying garlic, shoes, car seats, strollers, all the other things that they get from China, but paying 145% tariffs, and the $5,000 computer, then no, they don't have to pay the tariff on that. Also, I thought it was the tech products that Trump most wanted to make in America. So why is he removing the tariff on that?
I mean, maybe he watched that viral video of him and JD Vance making iPhones in a Chinese factory and realized that maybe Americans don't want to actually make iPhones in America and pay, 3 times the price, just to at least, if not exponentially more than that.
Maybe. It was compelling video, I have to say that. AI video. It also creates some perverse outcomes, as I'm going to quote Joey Politano here. This is one of his tweets. Import Chinese battery, 145% tariff. Import Chinese battery inside Chinese laptop, 20% tariff. Import Chinese battery inside Vietnamese laptop, 0% tariff. He's got a point. But that is the nature of tariffs, isn't it? I mean...
And also, even the changing of these tariffs so quickly in an era of Doge where they're cutting back, and just the level of Department of Commerce and USTR capacity to implement these tariffs, I think, is an underappreciated aspect of this.
Yeah.
It's moving so quickly. And commerce has cut dramatically. Doge has cut nearly all the Bureau of Industry and Science civil servants who are doing export controls, which is really big in this area. It's not tariffs, but it's related. And a key part of like strategic competition with China. All of this is just the capacity amidst the Doge cuts is really just leading to perverse outcomes, as you said.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The one thing I would say in their favour is at least they've now got that 10% global tariff. They don't have every country having different tariff rates, which is going to help them a little bit. Because before that was going to be, how many months do you want each good to stay at the dock while they're calculating the customs for each particular item? It's
Yeah, no, it's overwhelming. But even then, like it's changing so much. Like, how long is this tariff going to be on? 145%? And how many more people are going to complain? Now they're talking about refunds potentially for some of these tariffs that they paid in the early days. It's like politically does not seem to be sustainable.
Well, it's funny you say when's it going to change, because the answer is the day after, when Trump announced that those exemptions, they're not exemptions. They're only temporary. Let's listen to Lickspittle Lutnick. Let's listen to him explain.
I'm asking you about the exemption, not about, the notice that went out Friday night saying that electronics, a wide range of electronics, including smartphones, including components used to make microchips, that these are now exempt from the reciprocal tariffs. Why that move?
Well, remember, those products are going to be part of the semiconductor sectoral tariffs, which are coming. So you're going to see this week there'll be a register in the Federal Registry. There'll be a notice put out. That is different types of work. So we're going to do that. We did that in autos. The president's going to do it for pharmaceuticals, and he's going to do it for semiconductors. So all those products are going to come under semiconductors, and they're going to have a special focused type of tariff to make sure that those products get reshored. We need to have semiconductors, we need to have chips, and we need to have flat panels. We need to have these things made in America. We can't be reliant on Southeast Asia for all of the things that operate for us. So what he's doing is he's saying they're exempt from the reciprocal tariffs, but they're included in the semiconductor tariffs, which are coming in probably a month or two. So
what do you reckon?
It's really hard to make sense of this. I mean, so this is what happens when you have this is the number one things people sit on their hands. If you are going to be importing things in the U.S. from China that get tariffed by this, you're going to sit on your hands because you've seen that Trump never stays in this position long. The other thing this incentivizes, in my view, is fraud. Basically, you send your Chinese goods to Vietnam, Malaysia, anywhere else, and just tinker with it a bit and say it was made in that country. And it is very easy to basically engage in fraud because not every single container arriving from overseas is checked. Just like when you're at the airport, they can't manually check every single bag, and that's why you look at testing rates of actual dangerous things getting through in airports, and it's pretty high actually. But same with these tariffs. When you and these customs agents checking the containers, the boxes that come in on these ships, they do sample tests, right? You can't check every single box. And so this is incentivizing fraud. This is incentivizing no economic activity. And this is incentivizing the swamp. The number one beneficiary of all of these tariffs, all of this economic uncertainty are the consultants and the lobbyists.
Yeah, lobbyists, absolutely. I agree. I'm actually going to skip ahead. I'll come back to what I was about to say, but I'm going to skip ahead because it's just so relevant to what you just said, which is where I was actually going. The punchline, well, no, it's not a joke, but the point punchline of where I was going in this entire section was to actually say, to cut to the chase, none of this matters except for one issue, which is transshipment, which you just brought up right then and there, which is what transshipment is. It's not fraud. It's the legal version of what you're talking about. It's when you when China sells products to Vietnam to then sell to America, which is what they've done for the last 8 years.
Exactly. The best beneficiary, or the greatest beneficiaries, in my view, of strategic competition between the U.S. and China have been Vietnam and Mexico. Both have seen record levels of foreign direct investment from China into their country. You can look at the border, the U.S.-Mexico border, and see all these Chinese firms that now dot it because they were trying to skip over the tariffs on China and get into USMCA tariff-free.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and obviously you can place 1,000,000% tariff on China, and it doesn't matter if they can just sell it to Mexico and then sell it to Vietnam and they pass it on.
And can I just add, this is one area where I think Harris probably would have also tried to crack down. I think the fact that China was able to bypass those tariffs, obviously people think that, Trump is tariff man and he's the one that started all this. Yeah, he did to a certain extent, but Biden kept these tariffs on China. He did not remove them, right? And if anything, he added more, especially on EVs, on electric vehicles. And I have been saying for a long time, it didn't actually matter who won the election. Both Harris and Trump would want to crack down on Vietnam and Mexico, having China basically bypass those tariffs.
Well, Trump tried to almost immediately as soon as he came in his second term, and it didn't work because it was too complicated and it created a bunch of complaints about trade disruption. Apparently, he's going to try again in a few weeks' time. If they succeed in cracking down on transshipment without screwing up the entire trade supply route, then the America-China standoff might end a lot sooner. But if not, China can keep this going forever because they have been. And so we'll find out. And also, by the way, these two markets aren't as intertwined anymore as people associate, because they used to be. But if you look at the numbers now as opposed to the numbers 10 years ago, say, 13% of America's imports are from China, 13% of China's imports are from America, 13% of China's exports go to America, 7% of America's exports go to China. Now, that's not insignificant, but I'm just saying 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was in the mid-20s, 30 kind of region. Now it's half that, less than half that, and flying apart.
I would say, though, to be honest, I think behind those numbers, I think we still are very much where we were 10, 15 years ago. It's just this, as you said, transshipment or trade diversion.
Of course. I didn't even think of my own point. You're right. Damn you. That's great. Well done. I love it. That's very well done. But yeah, no, I do think, transshipment is where it's at, essentially. So we'll see what happens over the next little while.
I just find it amazing when they're saying that the American dream is not attached to cheap goods. And it's just like, that is the very American, strong American value to want good, cheap goods. That's not like a good deal. How is that un-American?
Yeah, there was a period there of a couple of weeks where they were, one of the many contradictory lines they were running was, just swallow it, it's good for you. It builds character. And I thought, that's not going to work.
When does that win political campaigns? Suffer.
Yes. Yeah. Just to go back to where now I've gone straight to the end. Let me go back for a second. A couple of other things have changed in the last few days. There's been a bit of a change in the guard. Scott Bessent has clearly won the day for now because he's everywhere. He's been a public face of tariffs the last few days. He's been the main negotiator with countries. Apparently, we're about to start seeing the results of some of this negotiating. We'll find out about that. Whereas since Thursday, Pierre Navarro has been harder to find than Wally. He's been well hidden. He was everywhere for a while there.
He was on every Sunday show ever.
Absolutely. He was getting way over his skis. He was telling Vietnam, don't even do a deal. I don't want to deal with you.
I have to highlight, so many people have been asking, like, some Trump supporting friends and family, like, this is Navarro's fault that we're here. And I have to correct them, like, no, this is Trump. This is Trump through and through. And let's not forget how Navarro landed here when his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was literally just looking on Amazon for someone who had the same view of trade as Donald Trump did. Yeah. This is Trump through and through. And the concept that somehow Navarro is sidelined, I think, is misplaced. It's not permanent. There's a great Politico piece that was, I think, had the exclusive on Dissent being the sort of lead good cop and Lutnick being the bad cop and Navarro being sidelined. And it's good, and the content of the piece is good, but I think I just want to highlight as a former journalist that the journalists don't write the headlines. Usually the editors do, because the headline of this story is trade shakeup, Dissent leads on trade as Lutnick plays bad cop and Navarro sidelined. But what a real journalist, if they had their say, and if you read the story, what it would clarify is they'd have 2 more words at the end of that sentence, for now.
Absolutely.
It's not permanent. None of this is permanent.
Nothing's permanent with Trump.
Exactly. The only thing permanent is that he loves tariffs. We just don't know how he's going to implement them.
Yeah. I don't think Navarro's about to get fired. That's for sure. But, especially not after he went to jail for the guy.
And he reminds Trump of that all the time.
Yeah, I bet he does. Navarro definitely isn't going anywhere, but he's definitely taken a step back. I assume it's because, we'll talk about this again a little bit later on, but I assume this is because Trump's still trying to calm down the bond market. And Scott Bessent's the guy to do that. Navarro is definitely not the guy to do that.
There's an argument to be made that the U.S. has done this sort of behavior before. 1971, you had Richard Nixon doing a 10% tariff on folks, also getting the U.S. off the gold standard and basically tanking some economies in Asia. The U.S. also leaving Southeast Asia. And you can say that it was not great, and the U.S. ended up recovering, right? But we still, at the end of the day, moved into a new direction entirely from the Bretton Woods Agreement, from post-World War II, right? But right now, it's not clear we're moving to anything. Yeah. Right now, we're just breaking things. I'm not really clear on what we're building.
We're moving to a recession. That's what we're moving to. I will say this, though, about what you're saying, Peter Navarro, he's only been sidelined for now, etc. It's true, but he is in the penalty box for now. There is no denying that. And I've got the proof. Because it's all very well for people to they make a comment here and there. There was people making anonymous comments, leakers and stuff, saying, oh, yeah, Navarro's in trouble. You don't believe any of that. But there's something they're very serious about, these guys. That is who is following who on Twitter. And I would like to direct you to the fact that Peter Navarro has started following Elon Musk.
Wow.
For those who didn't listen to the last PEP, Peter Navarro and Elon Musk have been warring, and that is the way you say sorry in Trump world. You start following them on Twitter.
One thing you didn't cover in your last episode is how the press secretary covered this, saying boys will be boys.
I did. It's true. We didn't cover that.
That is, and she said that
70-year-old boys will be 70-year-old boys.
Yep, and that Americans should appreciate the most transparent administration in U.S. history.
Well, in that respect, they're quite transparent.
I wish we could have a bit more transparency on the Doge cuts,
yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess in terms of fights amongst cabinet and officials and White House advisors, yes, there's more transparency than in the Biden administration.
Yeah. It does fill you with confidence, though, when you see 75-year-old men behaving like high school kids and they're the people who are in charge. Anyway, something else that's happened, I did foreshadowed this before, that I thought Dems were struggling in exactly how to deal with tariffs. That has become even more so for one particular person, who is Gretchen Whitmer.
Do you have the photo?
I have the photo. In fact, I have more than one photo. Gretchen Whitmer, she tried to split the baby a bit in a recent speech talking about tariffs. She said, I understand the motivation behind the tariffs, and I can tell you here's where President Trump and I do agree. We do need to make more stuff in America, more cars and chips, more steel and ships. We do, she rhymes, it's like Dr. Seuss. We do need fair trade. We should be able to celebrate good policy no matter where it comes from, and also criticize bad policy no matter where it comes from. I guess she decided to meet him in the Oval Office to agree with each other about the principles of tariffs, and he just kept her there while he started signing some evil executive orders, which we'll get to later on. And she did not look comfortable. That's the first photo, which when I saw that, I thought that's pretty funny. But then the next day I saw the New York Times' photo, which was so much funnier. That photo. For those who are listening rather than watching, Gretchen Whitmer has a folder in front of her face, and it's not subtle. Now, to be fair to her, that might be one of those moments where the camera catches something that is not what it appears. Like she might have just been moving her folder at the time of the photo, like not hiding behind it. But you know what? I don't know where you'd be moving your folder to when you're holding it at the top of your head like that. So
yeah, I haven't seen video of it, so it's hard to confirm.
Yeah.
But it's hard to imagine her not wanting to do that. But she spoke out right away, saying she didn't know that he was going to do those executive orders, and she was ambitious and wanting to, like you said, split the baby, and she's got caught with the expansion of what the sort of to-do list was that day in the Oval Office.
yeah, I don't know what was going through her head, but I do know we will be seeing that photo again in 2028. That much I do know. So
Good point.
that's a sneak preview for you there. Before we go through a little bit more of this stuff, I know that one of the things you want to talk about, which really fits into this whole tariff stuff, is Trump's form in backing down, because this is not the first time he's done this.
No,
Far from it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of folks, and we were talking about this before he actually backed down. I think it was a good 24 hours before. I texted you, said, we need to talk about how often he backs down. Because, as a New Yorker, anyone who has lived and grown up with him and knows that he is someone who's very good at a number of things, claiming the spotlight, and breaking conventional wisdom. But I think in terms of him being a tough guy, he is a good talker, but not exactly shows all the backbone. So already we can begin, if you want, before he came into office even, right? So folks may know about him in coming up against the Department of Justice when he got Roy Cohn to help him fight in 1973 against the civil rights issues there. There's a great movie that just came out about this.
The Apprentice, yes.
Yes, and it was really well done, and I think they cover this well, and I think Roy Cohn spells out in that movie, you're not going to win this. It's very clear that that they were not playing it fairly, and they were actually prejudicial in the way they dealt with non-white tenants. And what happened? They settled, and they were required to present a list of vacancies to civil rights organizations to show that they basically were trying to help non-white tenants come. So that's one thing. They settled. They did not win. 1983, Trump versus Central Park South tenants. A bunch of tenants sued him, saying he basically did not upkeep their apartments well enough, and he settled. And he paid out more than $500,000, and he had to fix their buildings. Yeah. 1986, he was an owner of the U.S. in the USFL, and they sued the NFL, the National Football League, for $1.7 billion. Guess how much he won in that lawsuit? $3.
$3?
He got $3 back. They did pay his lawyer fees, though.
Okay.
So
probably more than $3.
Right. And then all the other cases we've heard about before he came into office, he sued states, he sued the New York Attorney General. But then even in office, let's not forget, in 2019, he talked about he was going to pull out 2,000 American troops from Syria.
Yep.
Do you know where there's still thousands of troops to this day?
Syria.
Got it. Next, do you remember after those mass shootings in the U.S. in 2019? I think it was Texas and Ohio. He called for meaningful background checks, and he talked about seizing guns. Do you remember that? Saying maybe we'll take their guns?
He could have been the American John Howard.
There you go. Yeah. He backflipped after that, and he supposedly got a phone call maybe from the NRA, but I think that's another point about the NRA is actually ineffective now.
I think the IRA are pretty happy with him and guns.
But then let's also not forget how he's backed off tariffs before as well, right? So he in August of 2019 he said he was going to put a 10% tariff on $300 billion worth of Chinese imports, and what did he do? He delayed them. because he didn't want to ruin Christmas. They called them, even in the White House, they say afterwards that they called them these the Christmas tariffs. And then he also talked about maybe some cutting payroll taxes in 2019. And then he also backed down from those because it was one day after a bunch of market volatility, and the U.S., he said, actually had a strong economy, air quotes there. And then last but not least, my favorite was December 2020, the government shutdown. Yep. When this was in many ways sort of Mick Mulvaney special when he was chief of staff, and he signed into law a COVID stimulus package and a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown, despite it not including border wall funding, even though he said he wouldn't sign it if it didn't include border wall funding, right? So he signed it anyways. Yeah. I think what people don't appreciate is that he always starts from a maximalist position and then backs down.
That is correct. But also, that helps him sometimes. And I'll give you an example. I mean, it didn't help him any of the times you just mentioned, but I'll give you an example where it did help him. Abortion. That's a classic Trump back down right there. Where going into the 2024 election, he just went from spending the last X years like becoming increasingly pro-life, and then he could see the tide turning on the polling. He said, "No, we're pulling the plug. No, we are not going to be doing any abortion-related stuff in this election at all." He just backflipped completely.
Isn't that just rational behavior, though? He ran on
totally.
In 2016. He ran. One of the reasons he won the GOP over was because of his list of Supreme Court justices that he released, saying, "I'm a real conservative, and these are anti-abortion justices who I'm going to appoint." Right?
Exactly.
And then the dog caught the car, and now he's like, "All right, let's just drop it because it's not an electoral winner."
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's not rational. I'm just saying that is something that is the same tendency that when he thinks it's not his interest to keep on going, he'll just drop it like a bad habit. I mean, this is kind of the flip side of someone having no principles. When you got absolutely no principles and all you're doing is being pragmatic, like you just go, well, that's going nowhere, and then you just drop it.
And that's why the only consistency is tariffs. We just don't know where or how much or when.
Totally, yeah. It's a strange one for him to be so so attached to. But you're right. That's his one true belief. I suppose also there's an element as well. It's not just that he's got no principles. Also, he's quite emotional and impetuous. His personality as well, which I think plays a role as well. I also suspect, and this is something that both you and I can understand a bit, I suspect he doesn't get much sleep.
He's famously not one to sleep. And they say he works all hours, but he mixes work and play, and there's no structure.
I don't think he's working all hours. I think he's watching Fox News at all hours. But the fact is, he's clearly a person who thinks about stuff a lot and stays up late. And I know I don't get much sleep at the best of times, but I know when I burn every oil, not just midnight oil, the 5 a.m. oil and the 7 a.m. oil, I know I become more erratic.
Also, let's not forget Jonathan Swan, Australia's very own, when he was at Axios, did an excellent series on executive time in the first Trump term about basically how he watches TV and how much it consumes his daily diary.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, the thing is whether it's it might arguably be a political strength as well. Like most politicians would spend significant capital trying to act like they are steady and consistent, and he acts like his base. Yeah. He acts like people who have the memory of a goldfish. He acts like people who are on the internet all the time and don't remember what happened 2 weeks ago and think that what's happening right now is the only thing that matters in history and in the future until the next thing in 2 hours' time and so forth.
My question to you then is, what about J.D. Vance, who's so online that he's very online, right?
He is.
But he doesn't command the same power.
I don't think J.D. Vance is ever going to convince the Republican base that he's actually like them, because I don't think he is like them. I think this is my take on Trump. I've been saying many, many times, not just on this podcast, but on Play America as well. I think the secret to Trump, why he is different to every other politician ever, as far as Republicans are concerned, is because he's literally one of them. He's not pretending. He is one of them. He watches what they watch. He believes what they believe. He has the same emotions they have. He reacts the same way. He is a bozo from a bar who has been parachuted into the White House. He is like Dave, the movie Dave. Not Dr. Dave, that's for sure. But like that is such a classic of the American fiction genre. They're just the everyman parachuted into the White House. That is what he is. Let me be clear. I am not saying that Donald Trump is an everyman. I am fully aware of his background. But I'm saying what's in his brain is like his base. Like not every American, but his base. The Republican base, he is just one of them. And I think that is his secret. And I think that and they know it. They know they're never going to get a replacement of Donald Trump who is so much like them because the rest are going to pretend it. J.D. Vance is going to pretend it, but they know J.D. Vance isn't one of them. J.D. Vance is one of us. They know that. Everyone knows that. He's just pretending, whereas Donald Trump actually is. That's what I think, at least.
I'm not fully convinced.
Yeah.
I feel like Donald Trump is one of the best charmers in the world, but also a once-in-a-generation political talent. I think if you look at Bill Maher, who's been no fan of Donald Trump, came out
about that.
Yeah, he came out saying, I sat down with Donald Trump and he's normal, he laughs, we had a good time, he laughs at himself, and it was pretty surprising. I was not expecting Bill Maher to basically be convinced by Donald Trump in that way, and he fully was. And I think that is one of Donald Trump's many talents. And in addition to being a once-in-generational political talent, like the likes of which we haven't seen outside of maybe Barack Obama, he knows how to say things to his audience that resonates with them. And he can change and dial it up, dial it down for whatever audience he's with.
Yeah, maybe you're right. And maybe what I just described is just him being a better actor than other politicians. Maybe. We should definitely, let's just put a pin in the Bill Maher thing. Let's come back to that later on. Because I think that's an interesting area. And I agree with you. I also was, because Bill Maher's not an idiot. He's a narcissist, but he's not an idiot. And so I was surprised by that as well. We should talk about that. But let's just take a little break because Lockie's been very keen to play some New York public access TV.
Jared, you may have found my new obsession. So I've been watching this for all of 27 minutes now. And from what I can tell, most of New York public access TV is talkback radio, but you get to watch the people squirm. Is that correct?
Yeah, a lot of it is.
So there seems to be a lot of prank calls, including this prank call on poor Josh's movie review's first ever episode. Let's see how Josh takes it.
Keep taking your calls. Let's see. Try line number 1. Josh's movie review. Who's this?
Is this a new show?
This is a new show. Yeah, today's the first episode. How am I doing?
Brand new?
Yeah, brand new, dude. You're watching the first one.
I gotta do this, brother. It's your first episode. Come in my mouth!
No.
I really appreciate the "I've got to do this to you, brother" from the caller. There seems to be a code, but I'll come back with more and see if there's any other prank calls that I can find on this wonderful medium. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you very much, Lockie. And if that caller wants to call us up, we won't even edit you out.
Anytime. And also, I'll just add, I think you and I spoke about this offline, but in terms of New York, what we didn't talk about with Eric Adams is just how New York weird he is. Yeah. And I think that's one thing that's underappreciated about him. He's legit, in terms of authenticity, he's authentically weird New York.
That's fair. Okay. Just a couple more things on the tariffs before we move on. Obviously, the tariffs have been bumped up since we last talked. They're now 145% tariffs on China, and China's placing 125% tariff back on America. The Chinese Finance Ministry says that's as far as they're going, though. They said it's not going to keep on going because they said, quote, with tariff rates at the current level, there's no longer a market for US goods imported into China. If the US government continues to increase tariffs on China, Beijing will ignore them. Also, China is undertaking other methods of retaliation as well, some more successful than others, I suspect. like, for instance, imposing export controls on critical materials for American companies.
Minerals.
Yeah, very much minerals, rare earth minerals in particular, rare earth magnets. China produces more than 60% of the world's rare earth minerals, but 90% of all the rare earth magnets. And they're needed for high-tech chips and semiconductors and batteries, car manufacturing, that kind of stuff. So,
can I just add something quickly on this?
Yeah, go for it.
China does not have a monopoly on the rare earths themselves. It has a monopoly on the production of them, right? And the separation of them. And this is really frustrating because we've known about this for a while. It's in 2010, China got in a fight with Japan over the Senkaku or Diaoyu Islands, depending on which country you're from. And as a result, they stopped sending some critical minerals to Japan. And that really set this off. So 2010, right? This is 15 years ago. We've known that this is one of the levers that China will pull. And as someone who works at a think tank that does a lot of, like intergovernmental track 1.5 dialogues, we've known about critical minerals and China's monopoly there. And do you know what we've done since 2010?
Nothing.
Almost nothing. We've talked about it a lot at think tanks. And so we should not be surprised that China is pulling this lever whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this may be an example of why the tech, the what Howard Lutnick was talking about, which, by the way, we just moved on straight after that. But I understand where they're coming from with this. We need a semiconductor tariff section. That makes sense to me. Like, I mean, my problem is they keep on fiddling around. But
and they're dismantling the Chips and Science Act, which incentivized doing this in America.
Well, that doesn't make sense. but just the idea of like I'm not reflexively against all tariffs. There are times when it makes sense, and I think it does make sense to try and build America's local semiconductor industry. It does make sense, as you say. It doesn't make sense to dismantle the Chips Act, but it does make sense to potentially to have tariffs in that area. And so I'm not shitting all over those tariffs, but I am shitting all over the constant messing around. Like, there's some kind of strategy would be nice. But also, but back to China versus America. One of the kinds of retaliation China is doing, which people are laughing at, and in itself, I don't think it's a big deal, which is restricting the number of Hollywood movies coming to China. Because China already didn't allow many Hollywood movies to come to China.
Hasn't for some time.
Yeah. And even the ones that did weren't making that much money.
No.
Hollywood films account for about 5% of China's box office market.
It is a huge source of pride in China. Having lived in China, it's a huge deal just what Chinese films are made are on the screen. And it is, in terms of like a bellwether of where U.S.-China relations are, the level of U.S. films in China, but also the content of the Chinese films and how often now you probably heard about the Wolf Warrior film itself. Yep. How often the U.S. is the enemy adversary in these films. It has just grown significantly. I'd say since 2008, but especially since 2012 with Xi Jinping.
So every film is just Red Dawn, just the Chinese version of Red Dawn over and over again. But it's not just that Hollywood only takes a tiny bit of receipts, but also they only get a small slice of what they make as well. Like, I think they only get 25% of ticket sales as well. So they're not making much money, right? So I get that, and I get why people are scoffing at, oh, no, instead of having 10 movies per year, we'll have 8 movies per year. Oh, no. But I think people shouldn't underestimate how important intangibles like IP, software, entertainment,
also known as services trade, something that is not discussed whatsoever in this trade war.
No, I know, absolutely. But I think intangibles are even more important than the services. Like the services, like in terms of deficits at least. Yeah. Like if you look at the 2022 figures, America had a $1.2 trillion deficit in goods. We hear about that a lot. They had a $278 billion surplus in services. Don't hear about that so much.
Nope.
But they had an $800 billion to $1 trillion surplus in intangibles, like IP and software and entertainment, like movies, like music, all that kind of stuff. and it never gets counted in the official stats. They don't count that stuff. But that kind of stuff, like America might actually have a hidden surplus if you counted everything. But they just ignore that completely. They even have numbers for that. Like, at least they have numbers for services.
Well, I mean, it's two concepts you don't hear about too much from this administration. And one is services trade, as we discussed. The other is soft power, right? And I think the combination of those two basically sum up everything that you're just saying and how we're, in many ways, seeing both of those suffer because of this trade war just on goods.
Totally. Also, there's been a bit of high schoolery going on between America and China as well. It's not just Peter Navarro doing this. Before China retaliated with tariffs, America told China that Xi should request a call with Trump. But Xi refused to call Trump first. He said, no, you call me. And then he retaliated. Since then, Trump has decided he will not be calling China first. And China appears to not be calling America first.
I wish I could say that this was unique to Xi Jinping, but this is something that has defined Chinese diplomacy for many, many years. And U.S. diplomats to this day will talk about how they will play out and playbook every single step when a Chinese dignitary is coming to a visit, and where the flag goes, what song is played, like how the anthem is, like who plays the anthem, who's in the audience, and all this stuff. So diplomats will say that they would use this to their advantage, and they would give up some sort of like, oh yeah, we'll let the Chinese leader step first or something like that, which is a big deal to them. If you guys give us some IP regulations or something like that, right? So this is something that is not unique to Xi Jinping in terms of that concept of like who's calling who in the diplomatic aspects of this. This is not just high school. This is like the textbook Chinese oversensitivity to diplomatic issues like this.
Well, to be fair, the reason why you're only on this podcast for the first time in its 5th year is because I refuse to call you. You refuse to call me. Our wives had to call each other. To be on, so I shouldn't criticize, really.
Excellent point. Excellent point. I'm so glad your wife is lovely. Thank you.
But also, China tried to set up a back channel of communications, like they had with Biden. They were talking through Jake Sullivan. But Trump's team refused the back channel to be with the Chinese foreign minister because they felt he wasn't senior enough for their back channel purposes. They suggested more senior Chinese officials. They gave a list, and China has simply refused to give them access to any of those officials. So that's also a standoff. So there's not just a standoff from official communications, but even from back channel communications because of, you go first, no, you go first.
And also, I can't highlight enough how much China has changed. There used to be different camps within the Chinese Politburo, and you'd actually have a premier and a president, and there'd be tensions between the reformers and the Shanghai cabal versus other. There's none of that anymore. It is only Xi Jinping thought. So the fact that they are prioritizing the seniority of the back channel, I think, is missing the point that it doesn't actually matter all that much. There's not very much agency in the Chinese government right now.
Yeah, no, that certainly rings true to me. Xi, meanwhile, has been trying, he's been basically on a Kon-Tiki tour, trying to just go from country to country, getting to join China to take on America. He's currently visiting Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia. He's been trying to convince Europe and Australia. I think they've got a summit booked with Europe in July. But his ministers have been trying South Africa, Saudi Arabia, India, which is, to be honest, smart from Trump to reduce all the other barriers to 10%. Because if he hadn't, I reckon some of those guys would be saying yes at this point in time. But now it's not worth their while to take on America for 10%.
Right, but also, why didn't he just do this from the first
of course.
place, right? And so he would have gotten allies on board if he actually wanted to target China from the beginning.
Because everyone's worried about China. It's not just America.
Yeah, and we do the polling on this at the USA Center, and we polled U.S., Japan, and Australia. And I came here in 2017, and where the U.S. was on China versus where Australia was on China in 2017 was pretty far apart. Yeah. Now, every single year, I've been running these 3-country survey for 3 years now, and every year the difference between the 3 countries shrinks, and it shrinks in terms of their view of China. It shrinks in terms of their ambition for working with allies and partners to counter China. And there's like limitless ambition to work together to counter China, but instead of actually doing that, working together, we just sort of shot ourselves in the foot in the U.S. by tariffing our closest allies and partners instead of coming to them first. Let's not forget in the Biden administration that countries like Japan and the Netherlands gave up market share in China by refusing to send them some semiconductor technology because they worked with the U.S. and they trusted the U.S., saying, all right, we choose the U.S. We're not going to actually export this high-level technology to China, even though we're going to make a bunch of money if we did, right? That sort of trust and goodwill is lost by this tariff war.
And let's not forget as well, and sadly we do tend to forget that in 2016 there was a trade agreement that was on the table with everyone except for China in the region to isolate China.
The Trans-Pacific Partnership. And there are rumors that Steve Bannon himself now regrets withdrawing from TPP because he didn't realize that it was an anti-China trade agreement. God. And I think that tells you, though, that I think the fact that there are rumors that even Steve Bannon could consider being pro-TPP is telling of just how strong the anti-China sentiment is, but also how it was not sold as that. It was sold as a globalist cabal type of club. And the fact that we're not there on TPP is, I think, strategically something that has hurt the U.S. allies and partners.
Another thing I want to talk about when it comes to tariffs was changed in the last few days. Well, that hasn't changed. Is that the situation that exists, the things aren't better. Like, if you see the press, you would think that, there was this bond crisis and then Trump backed down and everything's okay now. No, everything's not okay now in a lot of ways. Firstly, the situation that exists with trade right now is still worse than the worst case scenario pondered last year in the lead up to the election. Because it's not like Trump didn't run on tariffs and he threw some numbers around. And I'll tell you what the numbers were. They were 10% global tariffs and 60% on China. Those were the numbers he threw around. And when he threw around those numbers in the 2024 campaign, people were going, oh my God, that's crazy. You can't do that. That's insane. Oh, that's nuts. And then this fellow from the financial sector, Scott Bessent, was interviewed on Bloomberg in August last year and asked about this. And the reason he was interviewed was because he was kind of a pro-Trump kind of a guy. And this is what he said. He said, President Trump speaks like a New York City real estate developer, and that's the opening gambit. It's a maximalist negotiating position. So Scott Bessent, who became the Treasury Secretary back in August last year, was arguing that numbers that were about half where the numbers are now were a maximalist negotiating position. And this is the fallback where we're at now, supposedly. So, yeah, it's not great. Although, admittedly, Trump did talk about higher tariffs on cars than we are at. We're at 25%. At one point in time, he talked, this is a classic Trumpism, he talked about 100, 200, 2,000% taxes on imports from foreign car makers.
You can't forget that he lives in the 1980s in so many ways.
Yeah.
In terms of his obsession with the trade balance and the way he talks about China now is the way he spoke about Japan in the 80s. But also, let's not forget what was happening with Japan in the 80s, and it was cheap cars from Japan, right? And so it's the same thing all over again.
Yeah, totally. Still, this here, that is hardly a pause, what we're looking at. We're comparing before and after the pause, and you can see the average of effective tariff rate is from the Washington Post. The average effective tariff rate in the bottom there is basically the same. They're just redistributed more towards China now than they were before. That was before the tech tariff exemptions that weren't exemptions, by the way. But yeah, so basically things haven't changed that much. But in particular, the bond markets I'd like to talk about for a second, which, I'm not going to lie, they do confuse me a little bit. But I've been doing a lot of reading about bond markets in the last few days.
I've never seen bond markets like this before in my lifetime.
Yeah, like it is confusing. And Dave explained last pod in quite some detail about this. He did quite well. But basically, just to cut to the chase, when there's economic turmoil, people do tend to buy more US Treasuries because they're considered a safer option, and usually when they buy more of them, the yield goes down and the dollar goes down at the same time. They're usually in check. But what happened just in the last few days after Liberation Day was the dollar and the yield went in opposite directions at the same time, which was very unusual and a sign that people were basically just giving up on the economy. They were saying every investment is a failure, and it was bad news. It was suggested a crash was coming. I mean, I don't know if you want to add more to that, but I just wanted to give a super summary for where we're going.
No, that's perfect. And I think Dr. Dave did a great job last episode. And it just to this day, I can't believe I'm seeing bond markets like this.
Yeah.
And even now, today.
This is my point. This is where I'm going. It hasn't changed. Let's have a look at the bond markets. Okay, so it's the 9th. That was back down day. You can see the bond yield moving up at the same time as the dollar was going down, by the way. So that's what was a concern. We get to the 9th, and we get to about 1 p.m. is when the announcement was. And you can see what happens after 1 p.m. It goes down. And people are happy. Not a lot. It goes down like 0.1 or 0.1.5%. And they might have thought, okay, this is the beginning of it continuing to go down. But no, it then started going up again. And it's gone down a little bit since then, but not much. Basically, if you compare it to where it was like even a few days earlier, it was much lower before than it is now. So the bond market is still too high. Like the yields are still high considering the dollar is still low. So there's still the same problem that was there before.
I think more than anything else, the simplest way to explain this is that investors just don't have trust in American economic rationality.
Yeah.
That's what the bond market's saying very clearly now, even after the back down.
Mm. And things could easily get worse because I don't know if you've seen this graph. It's an amazing graph. I talked about how the uncertainty is everywhere. Have you seen the latest uncertainty index?
Yeah.
Yes. For those who aren't watching this, the current uncertainty index is, I'm guessing it's way off the chart. I'm guessing it's about 1,000.
They had to turn it off at one point.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. They shut it down. It was off the charts, literally.
Well, just to put it in context, the pandemic was about 550. And the current situation is almost double that.
Yeah.
So that's not good.
And again, like people think, uncertainty. Okay, that just means people are a bit anxious. Like, no, the reason that is so significant is that no one does anything economically when you're uncertain.
Yeah, of course.
As the number one thing businesses want is some certainty. Otherwise, they don't make investments. They don't engage in the economy. So such record levels of uncertainty because of, as you said at the very top, the changing nature of the tariffs means that everyone's just sitting on their hands and is basically creating a man-made, and I mean literally one man-made recession with that sort of behavior.
And that's why JP Morgan still has America at a 60% chance of recession this year. It's also why consumer sentiment has fallen 30 points since December to a 45-year low. That's according to the University of Michigan. It's the second lowest reading apparently since 1952. Also, by the way, the lowest was under Biden. We should just note that.
It was, 2022, right?
Yeah,
it was when
that's
inflation
right,
was kicking in.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. And they said that decline was across age, income, education, geographic region, and wait for it, political affiliation. When the Republicans are turning against the economy of the Republican administration, like nothing overcomes politicization in America. So that's extraordinary. That means you're screwed.
Literally everything I've seen in terms of polling on Republicans, Democrats, independents, everything has shown that he has taken a hit over the last 3 months, over the last fortnight.
Do you know what the inflationary expectations are at the moment? Have you seen this?
I know they are high, and that basically that is baking in inflation because that's what happens.
Yeah. Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead. Let's hear it.
It's 6.7%. That's people's expectations of what inflation will be in a year. And like Jared just said, that changes people's behavior. They behave differently, and that creates inflation. So yeah, it's not a great situation. The thing is though that part of the problem is that I think Trump loves this situation. He loves uncertainty. Okay, I'm doing a bit of psychoanalysis here, but I think that Trump loves when there is chaos. I think it's not just that he's disorganized, even though he is. I think he actively enjoys it because it makes him the center of attention. It means no one can do anything without him telling them what's going to happen because it's just chaos. Lutnick's saying one thing, Bessent's saying another. The only person who matters is Trump. So he's the center of attention for the entire world. I think he loves that. But the economy doesn't love that. And that's the problem. I think a great example of how you could see this in action was when Netanyahu came groveling a week ago, which for me was a critical moment because, let me just give you the background. Israel has a free trade agreement with America, right? But there are a few minor exceptions, like cars are one. So like Israel could read the writing on the wall. And so about 3 weeks ago, they passed a law. Let's just get rid of all the tariffs with America. Just get rid of them completely. Okay, so zero. That's what they said. And they thought they'd get away with that. America still imposed a 17% reciprocal tariff on them anyway, because of course that didn't matter. That wasn't related to their tariffs. It was related to their trade deficit for reasons I don't understand. So Netanyahu comes calling to grovel, and he even though he can't end America's trade deficit with Israel, what he can do is pretend for PR purposes, which is what he did. He put on a clinic on how you grovel to Trump. Have a look at this.
We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily. And I think Israel can serve as a model for many countries who ought to do the same.
You could not suck up more than that. And by the way, I love how every time you see him, Netanyahu's hair is a slightly different color. Talk about 50 Shades of Grey, that is Netanyahu's hair. Like there are so many different, if you ever look, every time you see him, it's slightly bluer or slightly grayer or slightly whiter. It just changes every time.
I can't say I've ever noticed that.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
going to have to pay attention
Look
to that
out
now.
for it. Look out
it's
for
like
it.
the arrow in the FedEx logo now. I won't be able to unsee it.
It is a lot like that. I swear to God, there's been a time when I saw his hair and it was slightly purple. Like I think he does on purpose. There's no way this is an accident. I think he does on purpose. I think this is his flair. But anyway, even after that performance, Trump was asked if he'd lift the tariff on Israel, and he said, maybe not, maybe not. And he's going, well, what do you want? What do you want from these people? He wants uncertainty. He loves it. He loves keeping people on edge. That's what he loves doing. Anyway.
And he said as much. He said he proudly told a Republican gathering that he liked that everyone was coming to, I think his words were, to come kiss my ass.
Yes, he did tell them that. Something else has happened. You mentioned polling. Trump is starting to own these. When I mean own this, I mean own the economy. Like I saw CBS's polling recently. They did a big time series. That's probably what you're referring to. Handling of the economy moved from 51 to 49, 9th of March, to 48 to 52, March 30, to 44 to 56 now. Trump's handling of inflation moved from 46.54, March the 2nd, to 44 to 46, March the 30, to 40 to 60 now. 53% say the economy is getting worse. 28% say better. Who are those 28%? 54% Republicans, I guess. 54% say Trump's policies are more responsible for the state of the economy. 21% say Biden's policies. That was basically like 40-40 only a couple of weeks ago. Like Trump is owning this tariff thing so much. He's owning the economy.
I don't think people appreciate if you're not in polling. You hear numbers change all the time. You're like, yeah, whatever. most numbers don't change that quickly in such a short amount of time. The fact that numbers are changing by double digits at times within a fortnight, within a month, that is huge.
Yeah. Let me ask you, this may not be something you care about or want to talk about, but the Dems have been talking quite a bit about this tweet here at 9:35 a.m. on the morning of Trump's pause, where he said, "It's a great time to buy." And indeed, at 1:30 p.m., Trump made his announcement. Stock market went up a lot. The NASDAQ index went up 12%, highest one-day gain since 2008. So, was there potentially insider trading going on with that tweet there? I'll play what Chris Murphy had to say, and then you can comment on that.
What we know is that about 9:30 today, Trump posts on social media that people should buy. It's a good time to buy. And then 3 hours later, guess what? He announces that there's going to be a 90-day suspension of many of the tariffs. Predictably, the market, which had been crashing, shoots up, and anyone who made investments early today likely made a lot of money. And so the question is, who close to Trump knew that he was going to suspend the tariffs? Which of his Mar-a-Lago friends or his billionaire advisors were able to capitalize on that inside information?
This reminds me of the, I guess what they call Russiagate, where there was a lot of people thinking there was a conspiracy, and then there was a lot of other people thinking, I'd probably include myself in the latter group, that they were too disorganized to actually have a coherent conspiracy. I think Trump has made very clear that he judges a lot of these scenarios on impulse and sentiment. And I think his term is, the scientific term is gut.
Yes.
I think he says that quite explicitly. So perhaps on one hand, I think that. On the other hand, if there was to be insider trading, who exactly would prosecute crimes for
that's true.
insider trading
That's
is my
true.
question.
That's true. I'm not saying anyone's going to jail. I suppose that the Democrats, if they win the midterms, if they win the House in the midterms, then they're going to have a target-rich environment for their investigations, and whether this is worth being one of them.
I have to say though, Peter Ducey's questioning of Caroline Leavitt, I don't know if you caught this.
I didn't see this. No.
It was a little while ago where he questioned about insider trading and saying, did anyone? I think it was around the time where Trump announced the Liberation Day, not on Liberation Day, but saying Liberation Day was coming and the market tanked. He asked, for folks who don't know, he is a Fox News journalist who is in the press room and is always the face of Fox News. Obviously, he's front row. He had a contentious relationship with the Biden administration and obviously a different relationship with the Trump administration. And he asked Caroline Leavitt, and I think she was taken by surprise. Was there any insider trading in the Trump administration? And she sort of laughed and was like, no, absolutely not. But it raised a lot of eyebrows that he was the one to ask. And just to clarify, he is also the son of one of the Fox and Friends morning show hosts. And so he's well known. He's sort of like Fox family at this point.
Yeah. Although I should say, Steve Ducey, he's undergone a bit of an evolution, I feel, during the Trump years. Like he expressed some skepticism at times, I feel.
Definitely. No, he's one of my favorite hosts to watch because you never know exactly where he's going to land.
Totally, yeah. Look, my take, it sounds like your take is not too dissimilar to my take, actually. My take is, first of all, I think Chris Murphy is right that there is a huge profiteering opportunity there. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the NASDAQ flew up. But I think it's got nothing to do with the tweet. I think that, for a start, everyone had access to the tweet. It wasn't exactly inside the tip. It was a tweet. Everyone had exactly the same info. Anyone could have acted on that info. I think a lot of us were expecting Trump to fold soon anyway. That tweet was an indicator it was coming. So I don't think it was top secret information. Also, if Trump wanted to tip someone off, why would he tweet it to everyone? Why wouldn't he just tell them?
Yeah.
or have some of his underlings tell them. Like that would have been much safer and more effective as well.
And it's just, it gets to, I think Jon Stewart had a great question about why he doesn't use the term fascist as much, and he just says outrage fatigue, right?
Yeah.
And just like, is this the hill you want to die on?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, we know that Trump does things on impulse.
Yeah.
Like, and this is the one you want everyone to be outraged about? Like,
Yeah.
aren't you risking some outrage fatigue?
I feel like we've got right now a lot of other things to be outraged about. Not shortage of targets for outrage the last few weeks. We've got a few coming up later on, and we got a few more coming up on the next podcast with Dave. Dave sent me a text earlier today saying, do not dare mention Bukele in this podcast. I'm coming up on the long run up. I said, yeah, I know you are, Dave.
Okay.
So, but also, when was the last time Trump tried to help out other people, whether they were his rich friends or not? That's not his way, especially not when he's under the pump like he was then. He wasn't thinking of other people, I'm sure, at that point in time. What is his way is to make emotional decisions quickly and then blurt them out. And certainly all the behind-the-scenes TikToks and New York Times and stuff suggested he hadn't even made up his mind then. He had Navarro in one ear and Dissent in another ear and Lutnick in another ear and Musk in another ear.
Can I add one thing on Liberation Day? I don't think enough people appreciate. Yes, this administration does not follow the interagency process that defines most other administrations. It is not conventional. Americans didn't elect someone who's conventional. But the fact that Liberation Day, the tariffs for Liberation Day were announced at 4 p.m. on April 2, 4 p.m. D.C. time. He, according to numerous sources now, did not actually decide what they were going to be until 1 p.m.
Yeah.
And so, again, this goes to our allies and partners thing. When none of the administration officials could actually answer what the tariffs were going to be, let alone what allies and partners knew or what was told to them. And so the fact that he, again, goes by impulse, this is what he loves. I think you nailed it. He loves it and is great for him personally, but is the exact opposite of what the global economy needs right now.
Yeah. Having said all that, I actually do think there was inside trading, but not just from not from that tweet. I think someone knew. And the reason why I think someone knew is because you just need to look at the NASDAQ graph. It's really, really obvious that someone knew. Yeah, that is, you can see the moment when the press conference is 1:30. So basically where that green line is in the middle there, you can see that NASDAQ was on the march 10 minutes, 15 minutes before the announcement. So I'm not saying Trump told anyone. I'm not saying that it was some fix, but I'm just saying that someone, while the speech was being quickly typed up or whatever, blurted out to someone, and it got out to someone because someone did some buying. I know that.
I think this is like, if I could quickly do a quick diversion or a little tangent on this.
Oh yeah, of course you can. Hang on. Yes, go for it.
Love some bossa nova. All right, so on Trump, he is many things, he breaks many things, but there are some silver linings to this, and I think he is a silver lining to us, one, getting more clarity on the Electoral College program, Electoral College itself, and us cleaning that up for what actually is the role of the vice president.
Yes.
But I think he also very well may be the president that once and for all allows for legislation to pass that gets rid of members of Congress having live access and easy access to the financial markets and trading stocks. It is one thing that has been a populist movement for some time, but I think the more that this happens, the more that whoever succeeds Trump will actually say, all right, no, this is not tenable. You look at how many people, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has amassed a lot of wealth while in office, and I think it's one of those things where like it's just critical mass at this point.
It seems like such an obvious populist move that would appeal to both parties.
Exactly, and it's something that Dems would have run on for decades, but Nancy Pelosi was one to never allow it to actually pass.
I wonder why. Do you got anything else to say? I'm dry on tariffs. You got anything else to say about tariffs? You mentioned you might want to talk about Trump's history of breaking conventional wisdom, which seems related to that.
Yeah, I guess just very quickly. I think one thing that we're hearing a lot on tariffs is that all the experts are against him. right? And all the experts, all the economists, all the PhDs are saying he is so wrong on this. This is going to tank the economy. This is inevitable. But let's not forget how many times he has actually proved the experts wrong, right? 2016, they thought he was a joke.
Yep.
2017, they thought that he was a joke even more, right?
Yeah.
2019, he did the tariff war or trade war, whatever you call it, more tariffs. But did it lead to economic catastrophe? No, not whatsoever. 2021, Jan 6, how many people, including Mitch McConnell, who I would argue is one of the most talented readers of political sentiment and predictors of political developments in U.S. history, right? One of the most effective Senate leaders in U.S. history. Even Mitch McConnell thought Trump was done on Jan 6, right? He continues to defy conventional wisdom. And so this is what we're coming up against is, again, maybe to overuse the term critical mass, a critical mass of conventional wisdom saying, you're so wrong on this. And him saying, maybe, we'll see. And I think that's one of the reasons why so many people believe him, regardless of what the experts say, because he's proven them wrong so many times.
You can't argue with that. You can't. You're right. You're absolutely right. And I guess that goes to your theory you said before about him being a unique political talent.
Yeah. Once in a generation. Even literally just a clip of that is the assassination attempt. Having the wherewithal to stand up, put his fist in the air, and say, fight, fight, fight. Now, one quick tangent to that. Today was the first time that I actually saw people saying, more and more people having more conspiracies about that, and it's growing that it was staged because we haven't heard anything about the killer. It hasn't come up in the media more who the killer was, his family background, all this stuff. So I've always wondered when the fringe movements were going to have their own fringe movement about Trump, and I'm seeing it now actually becoming more known, I guess, or more prominent.
Yeah. All I'd say about we are going to get to the Bill Maher thing at some point in time, and it does relate to that. But every time we bring this up, I just feel like I should say, as someone who is, and I know you'll understand this entirely, given that we are twins, that as someone who's obsessed with policy, I don't think I've ever seen someone understand policy less than him, as a big politician. There's some morons in sort of the House or whatever, but Margaret Taylor Greene or whatever. But in terms of presidents and majority leaders, he just does not get policy at all, and I don't think we should pretend he does.
He's indifferent to it.
Yeah. He doesn't give a shit about it. But what I do think, and I think this goes to what you're saying, is I think that his real talent is he does understand people. I think he's very good at reading people.
Yep.
He's very good at identifying their weaknesses and their strengths and acting accordingly. I think that's his talent.
Fully agree. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Lockie has some more New York public TV for us.
Indeed, I do. You guys were talking about authentic weirdness of Eric Adams, and I think I found some more authentic weirdness. This is a psychic reading call-in show called Flaccid Ego, where callers are encouraged to call the show and receive a psychic reading.
Okay.
However, I don't think the host is aware of the concept of their own show.
Good evening.
Can I get a psychic reading?
Honey, you don't call her asking for stuff like that. This is not a bodega.
Bitch.
What is that? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to help you. This is not a bodega. Don't call. Let me get psychic energy reading. This is not a bodega, honey.
Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of things. He doesn't get framing either. This is gonna be a strange area to go now. Actually, I want to go to somewhere where no, let's do this quickly. Look, because we'll never do it again. Signalgate. Before our holiday, we talked a bit about Signalgate because we got there early on, and then a whole bunch of shit happened, but we're on holiday and we never mentioned it again. And because America is just screwed up, what should have been a multi-week story just disappeared within a day or two. So I just like to just to tie some loose ends on this one, if you don't mind.
Please.
Firstly, I'd like to just the question we were discussing at the time. We've got answers for now. Like, were they told to use Signal? Because during her testimony, Tulsi Gabbard said that it is standard for Signal to be installed on government phones that security officials are given for the conduct of official business. This is her saying that.
The Signal message app comes pre-installed on government devices. In December of 2024, CISA stated, quote, "We strongly urge highly targeted individuals to immediately review and apply best practices provided in the guidance to protect mobile communications, including consistent use of end-to-end encryption." And they named Signal as an app as an example of such an end-to-end encrypted messaging app. Ideally, these conversations occur in person. However, at times, fast-moving coordination of an unclassified nature is necessary, where in-person conversation is not an option.
Look, she's absolutely right about CISA's recommendation. I've got the article right here from December 2024. You can see it there if you're watching. This is, like CISA did urge senior government and political officials to switch to end-to-end encrypted messaging apps like Signal, following a wave of telecom breaches across dozens of countries, including 8 carriers in the United States, etc. And there's more support for Gabbard's position as well. F.P. Wellman, who's a journo on Substack, wrote, quote, "An anonymous senior-level source in the Pentagon's information technology field reached out to tell me that upon the arrival of newly installed senior military officials in February, they were asked to install Signal on their government phones. One senior uniformed official told my source that they all use Signal and need it to communicate with the White House." Furthermore, Wellman writes, on February 18, Katie Arrington was named the Deputy Chief Information Officer for Cybersecurity and Chief Information Security Officer at the Department of Defense. According to my source inside the Pentagon, shortly after Arrington's arrival at DOD, she issued a waiver and authorized the various service chief information officers to deploy Signal on government devices. So what that means is, even as the Department of Defense were sending out a memo warning against the use of Signal, the Department of Defense demanded its use across the Department of Defense.
Did they clarify what to use it for?
Aha, he's smart. So that's exactly where I'm going. So Gabbard, in that quote I just played you, if you go back and have a listen again, you'll hear her say it was used for coordinating. Coordinating is not revealing details about upcoming attacks.
Or discussing the merits of doing them.
Yes, exactly. I feel like this is the distinction that was largely blurred during the controversy and blurred on purpose.
In the same way that they said that it wasn't war plans, because
Yes.
it didn't follow to a T what war plans are.
Yes, well, I mean, the funny thing about that, I mean, that was I think the funniest spin, that it wasn't just that them saying it wasn't war plans, but them saying, the proof that it wasn't war plans is that the Atlantic themselves stopped calling it war plans, and they admitted they were lying all along, because the next day their article said that they had attack plans, not war plans. Like we got Carolyn Levitt here saying this. Hang on there, yeah. The Atlantic has conceded these were not war plans. This entire story was another hoax written by a Trump hater who's well known for his sensationalist spin. And where are we? We got Taylor Butterwich, I think, as well. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff had a tweet saying the Atlantic has already abandoned their bullshit war plans narrative, and in releasing the full chat, they concede they lied to perpetuate yet another hoax on the American people. What scumbags, he tweets. And just to remind you, that headline there, here are the attack plans that Trump's advisors shared on Signal. Even Pete Hegseth tried it out. This is his effort.
Well, I noticed this morning out came something that doesn't look like war plans. And as a matter of fact, they even changed the title to attack plans, because they know it's not war plans. There's no units, no locations, no routes, No flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
That's obviously a blatant lie. Firstly, attack plans are probably more serious than war plans, if they're different, because attack plans are specific, direct, and granular, whereas war plans are more sort of general for a larger conflict, right? I mean, they're the same thing. But if they were different, attack plans would be more of a concern, certainly not less of a concern. Also, not only did Hegseth give the exact time and form of each attack, but the suggestion that this info wasn't even classified, he said it wasn't classified, is ludicrous. Do you reckon the Houthis might have liked that info of when they were going to get attacked? I reckon they might have.
Also, I think I mentioned this before, but the deliberation that they had
Yes.
about this.
Yes.
Ask any intel officer from any country, and they would have paid a lot of money to have access to those deliberations. They want to know who in the room is saying what and why, right? It's not just the war plans, because that has a tangible impact on lives. And like you said, if the rebels had gotten that, then they could have mitigated the attack. But the fact that they saw the deliberation, so now we know who stands where.
Yeah.
That is very valuable information.
It's a great call. So first of all, at the point you make to finish your point from before, you can't use Signal for everything, or because it's on your phone. Or because you can Signal for certain purposes doesn't mean you can just use it to communicate national defense negotiations and matters and disclose obviously classified info. You'll note none of those people before said they were given permission to communicate national secrets on Signal, just that they were given permission to use Signal, as you say. But to pick up on this, let's get legalistic. Under Executive Order 13256, which controls classification, information can be considered classified if 1, its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause identifiable or describable damage to the national security. 2, it pertains to one or more of A, military plans, weapon systems or operations, B, foreign government information, C, intelligence activities including covert action, intelligence sources or methods, and D, foreign relations or foreign activities of the United States, including confidential sources. It goes on. I'm not going to bother. Case closed. We've got enough there already. Right. So also, note the irony here. I like this one. The administration was running with the idea that future plans about attacking the Houthis were not national security secrets. At the exact same time. In fact, the exact day that they were arguing in court that the past flights prisoners had been flown to El Salvador on were national security secrets. That is a mind-boggling irony, I feel.
Yes, and they would not be the first administration to try this sort of extrajudicial activity and also to reclassify things. Let's not forget, who can actually decide that everything can be unclassified? Only one person. Exactly. And so they, as long as it's a senior enough official, this never happens. And we've seen one official in basically every administration after another do this. Sandy Berger, remember the socks?
Yes, I do.
Joe Biden's garage, obviously Donald Trump in the classified documents of Mar-a-Lago. This is just something that has defined most administrations, or even, let's not forget, David Petraeus and the Gmail with Paula Broadwell, right? So this is not exactly new territory, but I think this also, from my view, really creates the challenge of or puts a finger on the challenge that there is no government way to have a situation room type of a discussion using, to my knowledge, any government channels right now. They don't have, so that debate that they had, which is very valuable to have, there's no way in the government they can do it unless you're in the situation room, unless you're in a skiff, right? And so maybe this is something, again, going to silver linings, this is something that creates the necessity for maybe a special type of app that the government can create itself that, unlike Signal, cannot be put on a desktop, and so it has less liability there, and instead is only on encrypted phones or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Good call. As an aside, as a positive, the Russia thing about Witkoff, how Witkoff was in Russia, and they're going, oh, Russia was just probably watching the entire thing. That actually wasn't an issue, at least according to Witkoff. According to Witkoff, I believe him. I believe him. He had a very lengthy thing about this. He said he did not bring his phone with Signal on it to Russia. He said, because I'm not an idiot, and we don't do that. Right? So even though he was on the chat and he was in Russia while the chat was happening, he was not a security risk, according to him. I'll give him benefit of the doubt.
Tulsi Gabbard was in Asia, but we don't know if she's clarified what she did or did not do with her phone while there.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, on Mike Waltz, we got an answer on Mike Waltz. How did Goldberg get on the call, which was something that's been speculated a lot about. There were some hilarious moments when Mike Waltz tried to explain how Goldberg got into the Signal chat. We played this last time. Let's play it again because it's a bit of a classic clip.
So your staffer did not put his contact information.
No,
but how did it end up in your
well, that's
phone?
what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, but that's a pretty big problem.
That is what we've got the best technical minds, right?
That's disturbing.
And that's where, I mean, I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
But you've never talked to him before, so how's the number on your phone? I mean, I'm not an expert in any of this, but it's just curious. How's the number on your phone?
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then then somehow it gets
someone
sucked
sent
in,
you that
it gets
contact.
sucked in.
Was there someone else supposed to be on the chat that wasn't on the chat that you thought was?
So
on
the
the chat?
person that I thought was on there was never on there. It was this
Who
guy.
was that? What person?
Well, I'm not. Look, okay. Laura, I take responsibility. I built the group.
It gets sucked in doesn't sound like a very good explanation.
But he clarified. He actually, it was the way that the phone recommended he add it. He thought he was adding the very spokesman who ended up confirming that it was a legitimate channel, which to my mind, I was surprised that this spokesman kept his job but for confirming this, given that so many others who have said the quad power out loud like that have not kept their job.
That's a good point, actually. Well, let me read you what the Guardian, the actual quote from the Guardian, because the Guardian was the one who broke the final story on this. Oh, I should read Geoffrey Goldberg's response to that clip there, because it was interesting. This isn't the Matrix. Phone numbers don't just get sucked into other phones. I don't know what he's talking about there. My phone number was in his phone because my phone number is in his phone. He's telling everyone that he's never met me or spoken to me. That's simply not true. That's a dangerous quote for Waltz because he can't be seen as a mate of Geoffrey Goldberg, who is a Trump enemy. And I don't know how you could interpret that quote from Geoffrey Goldberg other than either Waltz is a source of Geoffrey Goldberg's or Goldberg wants you to think that Waltz might be a source of Geoffrey Goldberg's.
Or maybe they're both DC creatures and they've been at the same place at the same time, like so many other DC creatures. It's a small town. Photos have since come out of them in the same place at the same time.
Yeah. Well, let me read you what the Guardian had to say, because this shed a lot of light on this. Goldberg had emailed the campaign about a story that criticized Trump for his attitude towards wounded service members. Remember, Geoffrey Goldberg was the one who wrote that story about the...
Suckers and losers.
Suckers and losers, yes. To push back against the story, the campaign enlisted the help of Waltz, their national security surrogate. This is years ago. Goldberg's email was forwarded to then Trump spokesperson Brian Hughes, who then copied and pasted the content of the email, including the signature block with Goldberg's phone number, into a text message they sent to Waltz so that he could be briefed on the forthcoming story. Waltz did not ultimately call Goldberg, the people said, but in an extraordinary twist, inadvertently ended up saving Goldberg's number in his iPhone under the contact card for Hughes, now the spokesperson for the National Security Council. According to the White House, the number was erroneously saved during a contact suggestion update by Waltz's iPhone, which one person described as the function where an iPhone algorithm adds a previously unknown number to an existing contact where that it detects may be related. The mistake went unnoticed until last month when Waltz sought to add Hughes to the Signal group chat, but ended up adding Goldberg's number. Now, to me, that makes perfect sense.
It really does. Occam's razor. That is the simplest solution.
Totally. So what that means is what Waltz said in that embarrassing clip was actually accurate. His number was just sucked in.
Yep.
And the guy he was trying to get in there was like what he said. When you look back on it after reading The Guardian, it makes sense.
Yep.
So whether that explanation is true or not, it certainly dots every I and crosses every T. So I'm giving the benefit of the doubt.
Same.
Yeah.
It's believable.
Yep. Okay. To be honest, that's never been my issue though. Never. My issue has always been with Mike Waltz setting the chat to delete after 2 to 4 weeks. That's always been my issue.
I love that you die on this hill.
Yes, here's my hill you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. I'm not worried about Russia gates and stuff. This is my hill. The Presidential Records Act is my hill, and it's a beautiful hill. This was an official conversation, Jared, by executive branch admin officials. It should be archived. Damn it. Lucky's loving this.
Some hill, man.
It's a shiny, green, grassy hill as far as I'm concerned. It wasn't a one-off either. Look at the way they chatted in that chat. It was so casual. They clearly do it all the time. In fact, they explicitly referred to other Signal chats in the conversation. According to Politico, Mike Waltz's team has set up, 20 Signal chats about Ukraine, China, Gaza, the Middle East, Africa, Europe. Politico sources say they have seen plenty of sensitive information in these chats. I can't help thinking, I mean, you make a point before that maybe they have no other options. But I can't help thinking that part of it is that they like that they can delete these chats because they're the ones who are setting delete on them. So they don't have to do that. Signal does not force you to delete those chats.
It does not, and I have to say, I have spoken, and I still speak to Trump administration officials, Biden administration officials. I do sense, and Australian government officials, and I have to say, it is not uncommon to do the delete after a period of time.
Really?
No. So this is how is it in their self-interest to have their chats forever maintained? There are a number of Australian civil servants and bureaucrats and government officials who have been done in by these sorts of chats. And so similarly in the U.S., we just saw it here. Like, what if he sent to delete after 24 hours and then Goldberg missed it or something? Well, if he was traveling or something, right? So I think a lot of people, not that it is legal, but they do see it in their self-interest to have their messages delete after a certain period of time.
Essentially, what you're saying is that what we saw with that Signal chat is, in every way, is just normal activity. Is that what you're saying?
I think it is increasingly normal activity.
There you go. There you go. And you say you talk to the people. I don't. I talk to my laptop. So I believe you. I believe you. So look, my hill's a lonely hill then. But I'm still going to stand there proudly with my National Archives flag, and I'm going to wave it. The irony of this is that since they use Signal all the time and it's not secure, that means Russia and China are probably across a number of these conversations. I'm sure not everyone, but at least some of them. And the National Archives are not. So the enemies of America can know what they're saying, but the people and the judges and the National Records don't, which seems, once again, the word of the day, perverse.
You'd be correct. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
It's well known though. I mean, even outside of Signal though, the Chinese, like the way that they've infiltrated the tech and they've been infiltrating the tech for some time. At a certain point, I have to wonder how much U.S. government officials just sort of give up and say whatever. It's so well known, and also ironically, the exact opposite is not relevant. The U.S. Famously lost a lot of their intelligence into China because, lo and behold, the intelligence communication systems that they used in Afghanistan did not stand up to Chinese hackers in China. And they lost a lot of, and this is in the New York Times, I'm not sharing anything secret here. The CIA had a lot of their sources in China killed. and just executed because they hacked into the CIA comms channels there. So a part of me legitimately just wonders how much they just say, whatever, we have to move quickly. And maybe the Chinese do know this, but we'll hopefully be able to move quick enough to outsmart them.
Interesting. To me, though, let's leave my hill. To me, the most revealing bit was when J.D. Vance was talking about doing Europe favours. Let me read you the message. And it's not for the reason you might think. I mean, yes, it was interesting the reason why people were saying, but I've got something else which I found interesting. I'll read you the message. Team, I'm out for the day during an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of US trade runs through the sewers. 40% of European trade does. There is a real risk the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary.
Can I just clarify? You said Suez, not sewers.
Yes.
It sounded like sewers.
Sorry, yes. The Suez Canal, yes. Yeah, that's good call. Good call. Although, like, however you can get around tariffs.
Good point.
And then Steve Miller said, after a bit more chat, as I heard it, the president was clear, green light, but we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement, e.g. if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the US successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return, and Pete Hegseth agreed. So, basically, Vance is saying, look, Europe, 40% of their trade goes through a Suez Canal. We're doing this for Europe, not for us. We don't need it. And everyone's going, freeloading Europe. What are they going to do to pay us back? Well, let's make them pay us back. It's not fair, etc. Okay, so that's their conversation. Why do I find that so revealing? I'll tell you why. Because 40% of Europe's trade may well go through the Suez Canal, but 60% of China's trade goes through the Suez Canal, and no one gave a shit about that. They didn't even think about it. So when they're coming up with reasons why they should be recompensed, they didn't even consider the idea that they should mention to China, oh, we're doing you a favor as well. What are you going to do for us? Didn't even think about it.
China has gained quite a lot from the U.S. being the world's policeman. And I think a lot of people don't appreciate that. No country championed China's entry into the global trading system more than the United States.
Absolutely.
So the WTO, China doesn't join the WTO unless the U.S. champions them and allows them to have special exceptions for joining the WTO. And China's export and driven growth in the way has only doubled down on those exports. It has been completely financed through U.S. security of the seas, right? So you can see why the U.S. is angry, but you're completely right. The U.S. right now, this administration is saying is pointing more towards Europe and the free riding there than in China. But I mean, you have to admit though, like right now there is a land war in Europe for the first time since World War II. And do you know what German military spending is as a percentage of GDP?
It's like 1.7 or something, isn't it?
Still less than 2%.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you have a war and you're still less than 2%. Yeah. So the U.S. grievances on NATO, I think, are completely myopically focused on Trump. When you only have to look at the Obama administration and look at what his defense secretary said about NATO. Yeah. He literally said a future president may not like this deal anymore. Yeah. That's the Obama administration. Yeah. Then Obama said to Geoffrey Goldberg, I don't like the free-riding Europeans and how much they just take us for granted. They deliberately chose to prioritize their social safety nets over military spending. So, and it's just, I think the fact that the concept that this is a Trump phenomenon, I think is completely off the mark.
I think that's absolutely true. Did Obama know he was talking to Geoffrey Goldberg when he told him?
He did. It was a well-known profile.
Okay, just checking. I've always been on board with the concept behind Trump's NATO stuff. It's just the way he goes about it that annoys me. But yeah,
of course.
No, absolutely. No, I totally agree. But yes, I just find it fascinating that they're so focused on Europe, which is meant to be their ally, and they just ignore China. But anyway, the only other thing I want to say about this is that there are investigations going into this. Gabbard was cornered into agreeing to investigate by House Rep Chrissy Houlihan. I won't make you watch that, but I'll make the Peppers watch this. It's just one of those rare times when a congressperson actually used a hearing for an effective purpose. Where Gabbard clearly didn't want to go there, but she just kept badgering until Gabbard finally gave up, which you're about to see there.
In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the
Yes or
classification
no?
and
You are the
declassification
DNI.
authority over DOD information.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
Well, the National Security Council is investigating
no?
this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I would argue that
classification
Secretary
authority.
Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely. I would like it if you would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law, and I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat. Because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you.
I just have to say, Gabbard and Ratcliffe, when they were giving testimony, I felt like Ratcliffe was ready. Maybe as a former member of Congress, he was more familiar with it. But Gabbard did not look prepared, and it looked like she shifted her reasoning while she was being basically prosecuted by members of Congress, and she just looked unprepared.
I think, look, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying this, because every time I say something like this, I get grief, but I think Ratcliffe is a smart guy. I think he is. I
can disagree with someone and still say they're a smart person.
Yeah, I respected his work in the first impeachment a lot. Like, I thought he was sharp. Like, he was so much more effective than Jim Jordan and all those guys. Yeah. Every time he questioned people in the House during the impeachment, it was a House, I found him very convincing.
Yeah.
And, so I'm not surprised. There's also a Pentagon Inspector General investigation going on in response to a request from the Senate Armed Service Committee. The objective of this evaluation is to determine the extent to which the Secretary of Defense and other DoD personnel complied with DoD policies and procedures for the use of a commercial messaging application for official business. Additionally, we will review compliance with classification and records retention requirements. That's my hell. We may revise the objective as the evaluation proceeds. Excellent stuff. Wouldn't be expecting much, though. Trump's already said he's not going to fire anyone. He told NBC, I don't fire people because of fake news and because of witch hunts, he said. By contrast, I don't know if you saw this story. Did you see the story from NBC News about the DHS staffer who got sacked recently? Yeah. Let me quote. In the early days of this administration, she accidentally put the name of a reporter on an internal email. You know, sometimes you can populate when you're typing up names to go on an email that had details of a Denver ICE raid. Remember the Denver ICE raids that were coming up? What happened is the email accidentally went out to a reporter. The official called the reporter, said that was a mistake, and the reporter agreed not to do anything. That was the end. Well, someone else copied on that email, told superiors This career employee was immediately put on administrative leave, pending investigation, asked to be polygraphed, asked to hand over a personal cell phone, and just in the last week has been told that her security clearance may be revoked, which would really keep her from working in this space the rest of her career, even outside of government space for Homeland Security. So she's not just fired from her job, but any related job. And it wasn't even classified info, and this was all the week after Signalgate.
And just to confirm, was she a senior administration official?
No, she was not. She was just a DHS staffer.
Again, this is not unique to Trump. This is like every administration. It is the senior ones who know the president, who are able to do whatever they want, including what David Petraeus did.
Yes.
The director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And then there's rules for everyone else.
I believe the Trumpies during the Biden called this 2 tiers of justice. Is that what it is?
Exactly.
Yes.
And lo and behold, it applies to both Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah. Now, you want to talk about the protest, the Democrat protest. Do you still want to talk about the Democrat protest?
I feel like we're already 2.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just, there's not much to say beyond the fact that they're still finding their feet.
Okay.
And slowly they're trying to come to some sort of rationale about economics, but they're still all over the map. You have our favorite senator responding to everything. I am outraged about literally everything.
Yes.
Then you have AOC and Bernie having record level crowds.
36,000 according to Bernie in LA.
And then you have Rahm Emanuel and Gavin Newsom trying to run some sort of middle route of appealing to the alt-right to a certain extent.
Yeah.
They're all over the place, but let's not forget, I think you've highlighted this before, just how far away we are from when the Republicans found their feet in 2009.
Very much so, yeah. And it's, there was, I think, from memory, it was, at the earliest, it was July. Yeah, so,
August, July, yep, exactly.
Yeah.
We still have a whole summer for the Republicans and the Democrats to really find their battle stations.
Okay, well let's get into the Bill Maher space then. Before we do, I want to have a bit of a toilet break for all of us. And, as you say, it's been a little while. The hourglass is a little past halfway through. First of all, I want to play a grab that I saw on YouTube of MSNBC about a week ago. Judge Esther Salas, who is a district court judge in New Jersey, was in there. And for those who don't know who Judge Esther Salas is, her husband and son were shot a few years back by a crazy defendant. That defendant ended up committing suicide. Her son was killed. The husband was not killed. And she came in to talk about things getting a little bit out of hand when it comes to the pressure on judges and the stakes being raised. This is what she had to say.
We all have been reading, I think, some information about pizzas being delivered to various judges. These pizzas were being delivered to judges' homes. And so that first line of intimidation is, we know where you live. Then it escalated. And it escalated to pizzas being delivered to judges' children's homes. And that was an escalation of these acts of intimidation. Well, just this week, I was contacted by a judge, and I was told that the second pizza that arrived at this judge's house, he had already received one before, the second pizza that arrived at this judge's house was sent by my son, Daniel Anderl. The name that they used on the pizza was Daniel Anderl, my baby boy, who we lost on July 19, 2020. And if it would have stopped there, it would have been bad enough, but it's not stopping, Nicole. Just last night, another pizza. There's 4 now. 4 pizzas that are being sent to judges as threats. And who's the sender? Daniel Anderl. Let me tell you why this is significant. You send a pizza to a judge's house, that's the message, I know where you live. You send a pizza to a judge's child's house. I know where your child lives. But now you're sending pizzas to a judge and their child with Daniel Anderl as the sender. And that says you want to end up like Judge Salas's child. You want to end up like Judge Salas. These escalating threats are a problem, and that's why I'm here today. I just found this out Tuesday night, and I found out the fourth pizza was attempted to be delivered yesterday at 7:47. And Mark and I cannot continue to sit back and not talk about accountability at this point. I've talked to you about this being a bonfire that has been burning for some time. Well, I feel now that this administration, that members of Congress are throwing accelerants on this bonfire, and it is now burning, soon to be out of control, and a wildfire is going to form. We have to tone down the rhetoric. We have to stop calling us rogue judges, calling us wanted. We have to stop impeaching judges for doing their jobs. We have to stop calling us corrupt and crazy leftist, unconstitutional judges. This language coming from leaders is creating the situation that we're having now. It is giving license for people to go out there and do us harm. To do us harm. And this is going to end up with someone losing their life.
Play that long because I thought it's worth allowing her to make her full point there. What do we do about this? I mean, she's talking about free speech here. Like, what, are you going to tell politicians to not say what they feel about judges?
Let's not forget how many presidents have called out judges.
Yeah.
So you can go back to Biden and the Supreme Court on decision on presidential immunity and was an official act. You can talk about Obama. Let's not forget his State of the Union, where Alito had to mouth "not true." You remember that one?
Yes, I do.
Time and time again, presidents have called out the Supreme Court in particular, because that's the Supreme Court. That's the last court, the highest court in the land, and it's the sort of the ultimate decider. And then they've also called out other judges who have overturned things in the past. But I think she's touching on the fact that the movement of death threats and the way that they have not only scared judges, but it is a very underappreciated role in scaring Republicans. Republicans are afraid to basically go against a lot of the MAGA crowd because they are often afraid, one, for their economic self-interest moving forward because they think they'll be sent out to pasture like Adam Kinzinger and Lynn Cheney, but two, for the well-being of their family. They are legitimately worried about their safety. And so, yeah, what can be done about that, especially when you are seeing the politicization of diplomatic and Secret Service protection for these people who have faced legitimate death threats?
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is because, you say politicians have attacked judges since time immemorial, which is true. They haven't done it like Trump does it. He does it more aggressively. He does it more doggedly. He does it with a bigger support base. He does it through a medium that is more effective at rallying people as well. But that's not his fault. It's not his fault that Twitter's more effective than TV was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. It is his fault they use such aggressive language. But how do you police that? How do you write a law? How do you? It's just you're just relying on people's decency. Yeah. If you've got no decency, then what are we doing?
There's no clear policy solution besides giving people more spending more money for protection.
Yeah. number one, definitely that. I suppose, I guess these kinds of people threatening people on Twitter and stuff, I don't know if they're being thrown off Twitter or not. I doubt it. I really doubt it.
It's bastion of free speech, remember?
Yes. Yeah. So dry. But yeah, it's anyway, I guess the problem isn't the speech, in my view, from Trump. The problem is the rather large receptive group of crazies who are only too happy to amplify it. And like it's and I feel like this is, if Trump existed 30 years ago, well, he did exist 30 years ago, but if he existed in the political context 30 years ago, he would have been much less effective at this, even leaving aside the difference between Twitter and TV, just because a lot more people would have gone, no, I'm not receptive to that message. I think that you are over the top. I think you should calm down. I think if Trump did this in Australia, I think people would say, I think you should calm down. I think that I think it's just America is just febrile. It's always been febrile, but I think it's more febrile than it used to be. And I don't see where the de-escalation comes from, which is why I played that grab directly before I'm about to play Bill Maher. Because this was the whole point that Bill Maher's trying to make. Bill Maher's point is where everyone needs to calm down, and the reason I'm having dinner with Donald Trump is not because I'm a MAGA guy. It's because I think people from different groups should be able to get along and have dinner. And I want to set an example. That's what he has to say. Now I'm going to play. He had like a 13-minute monologue about this. I'm not going to be playing all of that. You can watch it on YouTube if you want. I'm going to play you a 2-minute excerpt from that monologue, and then let's discuss about whether we think Bill Maher did the right thing and the kind of critiques he's received.
At one point, we were walking through it is an amazing tour of the whole house. And I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but it must have been something with the 2020 election, because I know he used the word lost. And I distinctly remember saying, wow, I never thought I'd hear you say that. He didn't get mad. He's much more self-aware than he lets on in public. Look, I get it. It doesn't matter who he is at a private dinner with a comedian. It matters who he is on the world stage. I'm just taking as a positive that this person exists, because everything I've ever not liked about him was, I swear to God, absent, at least on this night with this guy. Bob, Kid Rock, told me the night before, he said, if you want to get a word in edgewise, you're going to have to cut him off. He'll just go on. Not at all. I've had so many conversations with prominent people who are much less connected, people who don't look you in the eye, people who don't really listen because they just want to get to their next thing, people whose response to things you say just doesn't track, like, what? None of that with him. And he mostly steered the conversation to, what do you think about this? I know, your mind is blown, so's mine. There were so many moments when I hit him with a joke or contradicted something, and no problem. At dinner, he was asking me about the nuclear situation in Iran in a very genuine, hey, I think you're a smart guy, I want your opinion sort of way. And I said, well, obviously you're privy to things about it I'm not, but for what it's worth, I thought the Obama deal was worth letting play out, because we made Iran destroy 98% of the uranium, and they were 15 years away from a bomb. And then I said to him, but we got rid of that. You got rid of that. He didn't get mad or call me a left-wing lunatic. He took it in.
Okay, so I'll let you go first. What do you think? Do you think Bill Maher should have done it?
It's always good to have more civility and more engagement, and I think it helps to humanize people as much as possible and to realize ultimately we're all humans. But I think and he was self-aware enough to say that he realized that on that night Trump was that way. But it's a bit surprising that he was surprised that Trump was like that. I think if we know anything, if you follow Trump well enough, you know that he plays to the crowd. And as you said, he's exceptionally talented at reading people and knowing what they want, where their weaknesses are, and what would play well with them. There's no one who says that he's absent of charisma. Right? Regardless of what you think of the guy, you have to admit that he's charismatic. There's a reason why in 2016 we were literally watching an empty podium on CNN. Not on Fox, on CNN, because he is so charismatic, right? He knows how to command your attention. So the fact that Bill Maher was charmed by him and was surprised to be charmed by him was what was surprising to me.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that Trump manipulated Bill Maher, because even Kid Rock was saying to Bill Maher, and it's amazing Bill Maher didn't add this up in his own head. Kid Rock was saying Trump goes on and on, which means in private, not in front of the cameras, in private amongst his friends, he goes on and on. But he didn't go on and on to Bill. I wonder why. Could it be because Trump worked out what everyone knows? It's not hard to read Bill Maher. Bill Maher likes the sound of his own voice. When you watch his podcast and he interviews people, it's 3/4 Bill Maher, 1/4 the other person. And so Trump shut up. He made the evening about Bill. And what a surprise. Bill loved it.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
On that podcast, one of my favorite episodes was Bill Maher talking to Bill Burr, who was having none of those interruptions.
Yes, that was good. Talking about his podcast, if you have watched his podcast, I'll put this in the homework. I strongly recommend people who have watched his podcast watch Tim Heidecker's version of his podcast. Tim Heidecker is a great comedian, and he has done 2 entire episodes of a spoof of Bill Maher's podcast, like 40-minute, 50-minute versions where he interviews people. Like he interviewed Fred Armisen on one. I've forgotten the other one, the person he interviewed on the other one. But he does such a funny impersonation of Bill Maher, and it in particular brings out all the flaws in Bill Maher's character in his podcast, which is it's great stuff. If you like that kind of stuff. Also, the other thing to look out for, I should put in the homework as well, is how much Bill Maher hates Carl Dunnigan's impersonation of Bill Maher. Like it's a real insight into Bill Maher's narcissism that he thinks that Carl Dunnigan's impersonation of him is terrible when it's actually perfect. It's perfect. Bill Maher can't handle it. Anyway.
Can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But my point is that Trump clearly was playing Bill by shutting up and acting interested in what Bill has to say, and Bill entirely swallowed it, which is very funny. I mean, do you think? I suppose my question is there anything wrong with that though? Because I mean, Trump's not the first politician to charm someone. That's their job. No. So he's just doing that. But people are saying that Bill shouldn't have gone there because he is just acting as a stooge essentially for Trump's PR there, for Trump to take advantage of him and promote himself. And they're saying you are a facilitator, you're an enabler of Trump's publicity.
Is he saying go vote for Donald Trump? No, he's a guy who has a TV show, and that TV show is getting more clicks because he met with Donald Trump, right? And he has more insights into the president of the United States because he met with the president of the United States. Of course, he should have gone to that dinner.
I mean, look, I agree with you. No, I'm not quite as angry as you are, but
it doesn't like people who want to stand on principle. No, I hate Donald Trump politically, so I'm not going to have dinner with him. And it's like if you have a 5-person dinner with Donald Trump, why would you not do that? If you comment on this stuff, if you got invited to a dinner with Donald Trump, if I got invited to a dinner with Donald Trump, of course you should take it, right? Are you going to stand up there and like endorse him? And no, but you can have a private dinner.
Yeah, I suppose my take on it is he should have had the dinner and he should have been slightly less gullible. That's my take on it. But I think it's a valuable exercise as well. I think it's a valuable exercise not for Trump and for Maher. It's PR for both of them. but probably bad PR for Mark, and good PR for Trump. But I think it's a valuable exercise for their supporters. I think for exactly the reasons I've been saying, like people are increasingly in their bubbles.
Yep.
And I think anything where the bubbles intermingle, it forces the cheerleaders to see the bubbles intermingling. And they're the biggest problems, I think, the cheerleaders.
Completely.
Like I just said before, I don't think Trump is nearly as much of a problem if you take him out of the environment he is in right now. He is, to quote John Howard, I actually quoted this same quote to Jared earlier before we were on air. The times suit him.
Yeah.
Trump is there right now and wasn't there 30 years ago because the times didn't suit him then, and they do suit him now. Let's change the times. And I think that's part of how you change the times, by forcing people to intermingle a little bit more, to at least conceive the idea of intermingling. Right now, they wouldn't even consider it. And I think any time when cheerleaders have to confront the idea that the person on the other side isn't Satan, I think is a good thing.
And if you go to anyone who does sort of anti-violence work or anti-gang work or anti-extremism work, that is one thing that they'll all tell you, is that you need to humanize them and you need to start at the local level, and it can't be online, it has to be in person, and you have to talk to people who are different than you. This is just like counter-extremism 101. And it's sad that we're talking about that in the U.S. domestic context based on lessons we learned from counterinsurgency in the Middle East, but it is actually relevant. If you talk to people who are different than you are open to what they have to say, it makes everything better.
Yeah. One more question on this. Okay, I think you agree with me that Trump was putting on the show for Bill Maher, but what if that is the real Trump? What if the real Trump is self-aware? What if we never see the real Trump?
You can watch his Howard Stern interviews and see that he is acutely self-aware in the way that he talks and the way that he says that it was a big lesson for him to learn how to change the way he talked, actually. He was on Howard Stern a lot, and they have only unearthed some of the tapes, not even all of them, right? We've all heard about his personal Vietnam story in on Howard Stern, but there's a lot more than just that. And I think the way his sort of self-conception, the way he talks through that, Howard Stern is a very talented interviewer, and I think he really gets to some of the core ideas of how Trump thinks. And so I think he is self-aware, but what does it matter politically?
Well, even politically, whether politically or not, doesn't matter full stop. Whether he has hidden depths that might not be apparent. And he's just putting on it. What if, does anyone care? Does it matter? Is there any difference at all than if Donald Trump is exactly who he seems to be on Twitter, or Donald Trump is just like you and me, just playing the role of a doofus?
So we're playing the role of doofuses. I get it. I don't think it matters. I think he is made very clear. Like, he has not. Let's go back to who he's been in the limelight and how he, in the limelight, was a Democrat. He donated to Kamala Harris. He donated to Chuck Schumer. Thank you. Yeah. He then, on politics, he was pretty open to gay marriage and indifferent to it. He was indifferent to all sorts of social causes, and now he's against them. What does it actually matter if he is more self-aware of this? Is it like what is the ultimate aim that being more self-aware will help us with?
Well, look, I'd say it's complicated in that I'd say on one hand it's better if he's a very intelligent, nuanced, deep individual who acts like a moron. Then I'd say that is better than if he's an actual moron, because I'm that would make me less concerned about him having control over the world. So,
but I feel like this conversation reminds me of the conversation a lot of folks in the media had about Tucker Carlson, saying he's not actually a right-wing bigot, that he purports to be on TV. He is just playing one, and he's actually very self-aware. And then we saw all the texts through the lawsuits that he hates Donald Trump, or at least he texts other people that he hates Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, self-aware or not, we can see what the outcome is and what the impact is of what they're doing in public. So I don't see it having that much of a tangible difference. He still has shown a course of action that a lot of Americans want. The more Americans wanted in the popular vote wanted that course of action than Harris.
Well, I was going to say the other hand of the scenario I just painted is that in a way it's scarier. If Donald Trump is a super intelligent, intuitive, deep thinker who has sussed out that the way to appeal to Americans is to act like that. That's the scariest scenario of all. So,
watch the Howard Stern interviews. I think you'll gain some insights into that.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have anything else to add on that topic?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about executive orders. I've got a little bit on this.
What are we doing? Are we doing showerheads? No, we're not doing showerheads.
Oh no, we'll get to showerheads.
We'll get to showerheads. Or plastic straws. Which one? There's so many.
Do you want to start with showerheads? We can.
No, I don't. To be honest, I'll just very quickly before you go on executive orders.
Yeah.
There's a number of outlets that do really good work on sort of nuanced, nerdy stuff in DC.
Yeah.
One is called Punch Bowl.
Yep.
And they do one, and there is focused on their outlet. They used to write political playbook, and now they do basically congressional analysis. And they just came out with something about how Trump has actually passed less laws than anyone else in the past many, many years.
Has he passed any laws?
I think 5 is the number they gave.
Okay.
And but he has passed unprecedented numbers of executive orders. And I always am frustrated when people compare executive order numbers, because how can you pass an executive order on like desegregating the military with one on plastic straws?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Like those are not exactly apples to apples. And so I just the obsession with executive orders and the number, it's just like it's all a distraction and immaterial. I care about what's in them, and I think we'll later talk about perhaps the more unprecedented executive orders that we've seen.
Absolutely. The first one I want to start off with is the election executive order from a couple of weeks ago, preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections. What does it say? Briefly, the Election and Assistance Commission shall require documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote, where documentary proof means either a passport or a real ID, that's like a form of ID with lots of info, that indicates citizenship, or a military identification card with citizenship status, or a valid federal or state government-issued identification with citizenship status. DOGE will cross-reference the voter records with immigration and other databases to make sure that they are citizens. If you're watching, you can see the look that Jared had at that. That's the look that I'm thinking. The Commissioner of Social Security shall make available the Social Security number verification service, the Death Master file, any other federal databases containing relevant information to help identify voter eligibility. The EAC, the Election Assistance Commission, will condition federal election-related funds on states using the registration form that Trump wants, well, that ID, using the voting machines that he wants, and not accepting absentee or mail-in ballots received after Election Day. Voting machines should not use a ballot in which a vote is contained within a barcode or quick response code, a QR code, in the vote counting process, except where necessary to accommodate individuals' disabilities, and should provide a voter verifiable paper record to prevent fraud or mistake. Okay, so there's 3 basic sections there. There's the ID section, there's the voting machine section, and there's the election day section. Do you have any thoughts before I go into some details?
I'll just quickly say on the ID thing, I don't think people appreciate outside of the U.S. the diversity that is in the U.S.
Yeah.
So in Australia, we have, the PayWave technology on our phones or even on our smartwatches. That is a U.S. invention for the most part, right? But it has come here way earlier than it did in the U.S. Why is that? Given that the U.S. invents so many things, why doesn't it? Why don't you see so many of these sort of consumer fintech technologies available? It's because we have so many unbanked people in America. We are so much bigger, both quantitatively but also qualitatively. So we have more extremes of wealth and poverty. We also have more extremes of people who don't have IDs than in Australia. There are just we've talked about this before, how perhaps in Australia they don't appreciate the fact that there are so many people in America who the government have no idea about, right? Who are undocumented migrants. So there are so many more people, the percentage of the population in the U.S. who do not have an ID, who do not have a passport, who do not have a bank, is significantly higher than in most of the developed world. And so I think that's one of the aspects that explains why so many people are sensitive to this issue, because there just are both qualitatively and quantitatively way more issues in the U.S. and way more people in the U.S.
Do you think that's fixable?
Perhaps. I think this gets to the Ezra Klein debate, right? Is the government serving the people appropriately, or does it get so hamstrung in checking every box that it doesn't deliver? And so I think this is perhaps another theme of populist opportunity of just getting more people documented, both American and non-American alike. Just more competence and information integrity for who's in the country and their names and locations. And like going out, like you probably heard, there's all these viral stories in India about the way they go out into the middle of nowhere to make sure everyone gets a vote. They'll go into the jungle to let people who basically have no access to humans otherwise and live like nomadic lives to come vote. That's how big they are in voting. And in many ways in the U.S. and some states, they do the exact opposite, right? Yeah. So like I think it is both a government issue, but also a cultural issue that we'd have to address.
That's really interesting, because my personal view on voter ID, I've always said this, that I have no problem in theory with voter ID. Like I like when people go, why not? I go, sure, why not? If everyone can get ID for free. If everyone can get ID for free, then great, no problems. But if it becomes a problem to get ID and people are missing out on voting because of a bureaucratic nightmare, which doesn't even need to be there because illegal immigrants voting is not a huge problem. I'm not saying it never happens. I'm just saying I don't think it swings elections.
Yeah.
You go, okay, well, why don't you fix the situation with the ID first? And when you do, then great, no problems. But so the question is how they do that.
This is, I'll just quickly add, one of those times when I wish you had lived in the U.S. and gone to what we call a DMV, or services station, what they call here, I guess.
RTA.
Right.
Yeah.
It is so nice to go get your license renewed in Australia. They are pleasant. They are professional.
Yeah.
They are easy to work with. They are sensible. In the U.S., there's a reason why there are so many sitcom episodes that take place in a DMV, because they are hellholes. Yeah. They, especially in urban areas, less so in rural areas, because it's just small town and it's easy to navigate. I've done both urban and rural, and the urban areas in particular, it is so soul crushing. Most Americans would agree with me on this, and you come away from it being like, the government is so terrible. They just went out of their way to make my life miserable. I waited all day to get my license renewed, and I was missing one document, and I have to do it all over again tomorrow. And they didn't tell me I needed that document. It is just soul crushing. So you're right. I think in Australia, it's such a more pleasant experience, but it's also, interestingly enough, way more expensive.
Yeah.
Infinitely more expensive.
I was about to say exactly the same thing, actually. I was about to say that I don't do much traveling. I spend most of my life doing podcasts. But I did go on holiday this summer. For the first time I went overseas in about a decade. My kids are old enough and all the rest of it. We went to Switzerland, we went to Germany, we went to Munich, we went to London. And I must admit, I like especially with Switzerland, which is, has this reputation for being right up there. I was surprised at how much nicer things are in Australia than I realise in comparison to places where you expect things to be really nice. In particular, like for me, laundromats was where it was at. Because wherever I went, I was just going to laundromat almost every night. I was doing the washing for the whole family. I went to 20 laundromats across Europe. And every time I go to Melbourne, I go to the laundromat. And they kick the ass, the Melbourne laundromats, of the laundromats in Switzerland and Germany and England. But they're just way more expensive. Australia has lots of nice things that cost a lot of money, but they're nice. But they cost a lot of money. And you don't realize that until you go overseas and can directly compare.
That's why I always encourage everyone to, if you don't put your kid through private school, just travel, and you learn so much more.
Yes. But anyway, I was just going to say that we've kind of talked about the voter ID already. I was like you don't want people missing out on voting because of a bureaucratic nightmare. But getting Doge to cross-reference people, I found that interesting. First of all, it means Doge is here to stay. And I thought in the executive order, they're supposed to fold up in 18 months.
I thought he was a special government employee, but I don't. You know the executive order better than I do.
Elon Musk is a special government employee.
Right.
Who can't work more than 130 days a year. Doge is only good for 18 months. The original executive order that formed it was supposed to end halfway through next year.
So they rescind that sentence and just say it's indefinite.
Yeah, I guess. but I'm not saying, oh my God, how are they going to overcome this? I'm just saying it was meant to be 18 months. So now clearly Trump is thinking it's actually going to be around a lot more than 18 months. So that's just the first thing. Yep.
Sidebar on Doge.
Sidebar. Granted.
The reason why Doge is happening is, and same with tariffs to a certain extent, is because Trump refuses to cut entitlements.
Yeah.
He is giving the conservatives basically the tiers of like the deep state and left-wing voters by saying, how are you cutting all these important services?
Yeah.
But he's not, and so he's giving them like the political wins, you could say, if they like to see the tears and lamentations of their enemies. But he's not actually cutting the budget, right?
No, he's not. I was going to play this, but I need to play it. Take my word for it. Musk just came out just the other day and said, actually, it'll be $150 billion worth of savings. And it's not going to be $150 billion either.
85% less than what he said initially.
Yeah.
He's going to do 15%.
Yes.
And that's what he's saying. And we've seen how Doge has actually been way too confident in what they think they've already cut, right? And that they account for things that the Biden administration cut or that was already cut, blah, blah, blah. So 15%. But again, it is, in my view, political cover to retain the support of Republicans. He has kept them through tariffs, through cuts to their districts, and tariffs on their and reciprocal tariffs on their farmers from China. That this is how Trump is maintaining their support by giving them political wins in places that they weren't necessarily looking for them.
But and you're right, and they're not cutting money, they're not cutting budget, but also leaving aside the fact that clearly in Donald Trump's mind, Doge is here to stay when it wasn't necessarily. Obviously, Doge going through voter records is huge violations of privacy. They screw up everything they touch. It's not a good idea. Also, let's move on to the election day part of this. What it says about election day in this order is just not true. It says federal law establishes a uniform election day across the nation for federal elections. As the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit recently held in Republican National Committee versus Wetzel 2024, those statutes set the day by which ballots must be both cast by voters and received by state officials. Yet numerous states failed to comply with those laws by counting ballots received after Election Day. This is like allowing persons who arrive 3 days after Election Day, perhaps after a winner has been declared, to vote in person at a former voting precinct, which would be absurd. Okay, firstly, it's true. Do you want to make a comment on that?
No, go ahead.
Firstly, it's true that the Fifth Circuit agree with Trump, but they're the only ones. Every other judge doesn't, including the Supreme Court, importantly.
They love that Fifth Circuit. They forum shop so well.
Yes. Even Kavanaugh specifically ruled against this in 2020. The Supreme Court is all lined up. Now, they might be inconsistent, but they don't agree with the Fifth Circuit. So him saying that view as the law is inaccurate. Secondly, it's nothing like allowing someone to turn up and vote in person 3 days after the election. What it's like is allowing someone to vote on the day of the election, but not having their vote counted until 3 days later. That's when you get to it. That's when you see it, and that's when you count it. They voted on Election Day or before, and it just, rather than sitting in a bag, it was sitting in the post office until it got there 3 days later. That's what that is, which is why it's not really a problem. And if you have a look, oh, by the way, I should also say that the reason he's doing this is because part of the mythology of 2020 is that he lost because of these late breaking votes. Not true. In Pennsylvania, he lost by 80,000 votes. There were only 10,000 mail ballots received after Election Day. That's enough for him to lose. So even if he was robbed in every other state, which he wasn't, Pennsylvania alone loses that election for him. So it's bullshit. But I was going to say 18 states have later deadlines. California allows 7 days. Alaska allows 10. The fact that Alaska is the one that allows the most should tell you why that's there. It's because the post sucks. And it particularly sucks in Alaska. And if you did actually do that, what you would find is that rural voters in particular would be deprived of the vote. And they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know if they voted a week before whether it was going to get received or not. You'll end up with some people turning up in person anyway, then double voting and then getting done for electoral fraud. You'd have some people being deprived of the vote, and it would affect the Republican vote more than the Democrat vote. If Democrats were cynical and smart, they'd go, great, we'll take you up on that because that will only help the Democrats. And so that is no one in the city is having trouble getting their mail-in vote to travel 3 blocks in a day or two.
It's an excellent point.
Yeah. So anyway, so that is foolish and stupid, I feel. Do you have anything else to add on the Election Day thing?
That was excellent. It's just on elections themselves broadly. One of the reasons that we have not seen Russia being able to hack, or China or anyone being able to hack the elections, is because we don't have one election in November of every 4 years. We have more than 50 elections. Yes. So the U.S. is disorganized, and sometimes that disorganization plays to its advantage because it has so many different systems, right? And it's not just each state. You have counties within each state that will differ one to the next. Townships. It's so diverse, and that diversity actually helps it not be as susceptible to major hacks because there's too many moving targets.
So do you think then that you prefer it the way it is? Because it's very typical of Australians to go, oh God, these partisan secretaries of state controlling elections in their state. And it's just such a mess. Just get one bureaucrat body, like in Australia, where they just get it done and there's no issues. Do you prefer the American system?
I think there are fundamental differences between the U.S. and Australia in some things, and I think Australia and I've polled on this, Australians have far more trust in their government than Americans do.
Yes, they do.
One of the two countries was founded on a very violent revolution against government overreach. The other was not.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, and the voting machines one, I should say. Yeah, I don't have a particular problem with the kind of voting machines that Trump wants, where QR codes aren't accepted except for disabled people. Just those voting machines don't exist. So suggesting that they should be certified within 180 days, he better invent those machines. It's just a very, very poorly drafted executive order. So that's all I'd say about that.
And last thing on this.
Yeah.
All this is doing is making sure that people who turn out to vote are the ones who get their ballots counted are the most likely to have their ballots counted. That for the longest time favored Republicans.
Yeah.
It no longer favors Republicans. This having more restrictions now favors Democrats than it does
Once
Republicans.
again, the Democrats just go, yeah, sure. You can have your fictional voting machines. Just bring it on. You say that was one more thing to say. There is actually one other thing we have to say, and that is the whole thing is illegal. Like it's really obviously illegal.
Yeah.
Like Trump has nothing to do with elections whatsoever. Like elections, according to the Constitution, I'll go to the quote right here. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. So it's about state legislatures and Congress. The president's not mentioned in the Constitution when it comes to elections. It's got nothing to do with him. The election, the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission, has got nothing to do with any of this. They are an independent body crafted from Congress, which have nothing to do with the executive whatsoever. They are very strictly restricted by congressional legislation about what they can do. Trump has just given them by executive order a whole bunch of new powers that the law does not say they have. And the Constitution specifically says that only Congress can take powers or what can override powers of the state. So what Trump's doing there is explicitly unconstitutional. So it's just, this is all, I just wasted a lot of time talking about this because this is going nowhere. Anyway. So this is basically a power grab from Trump. It's not going to happen. It gets a lot worse than that, though. Before we get to what it gets onto, I just keep on interspersing little bits and pieces you've mentioned that you want to talk about. The blessings of preferential voting.
I don't think Australians appreciate enough why the U.S. is different or how the U.S. is different than Australia. I think a lot of people are complaining about how they're saying that the debate between Dutton and Albanese was boring.
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
One day there will be a Planet Australia. I don't know if I'll have to do it, but
I won't
will.
be hosting it.
Yeah. And I just think I don't think Australians appreciate enough why American politics is different than Australian politics. One is the obvious stuff, social safety net. Two, you can talk about the sort of founding ideology, which we were just talking about, one being sort of given a democracy, the other fighting for it.
And a nanny state as well.
Sorry?
And Australia's a nanny state as well.
I'll let you add in that flair.
I'm sure Twitter told me that.
But three is the way I mean, two is, I guess, culture in general. But three is the way that our governments function differently. We're set up differently. The parliamentary system, right? Trump would never exist in a parliamentary system because he would never, his party, in every secret ballot, he never wins.
Yeah.
Like, you look at every secret ballot in the Senate when they elect their leaders, his favorite guy never wins, right? Because Republicans don't like him behind closed doors and don't want anything to do with him behind closed doors. But his voters like him. But I think another key difference beyond just compulsory voting, beyond the cultural issues and the history, et cetera, is preferential.
Sorry, I know. I don't interrupt. Just like compulsory voting is a big deal, though.
It is a big deal.
Like you say, beyond that. But
No,
it's
beyond
huge.
that's another
yeah.
like system that's very unique to Australia. But I think more than anything else, because there is some data saying that compulsory voting wouldn't actually change a lot of electoral outcomes in some ways. It's debated. There's some debate. I still prefer it. I think everyone should vote and should be compelled to vote personally. Now, preferential voting, though, is the most underrated difference between the U.S. and Australia. And you can see the difference because we can have live experience of this in the U.S. There are 2 states that have Republican senators who buck Trump more than anyone else. They are the senator in Alaska, Lisa Murkowski, and senator in Maine, Susan Collins. Both of them, in my view, and I think this is quantitatively, you can measure this out too, and you can see this. They vote against Trump more than any other Republicans. Why is that? Or how is that? How are they not suffering for that? Because those 2 states, and I'm a voter in one of them, have preferential voting. We call it ranked choice voting. And the Wall Street Journal editorial page, the same one that hates Trump's trade war, also hates preferential voting. So this very well may not last very long because in one referendum after another, preferential voting only barely squeaks by. The last one they ran, I think they got 51%, not even in Alaska. It's very close. But because of that preferential voting, we actually have swing state senators in the U.S. Senate. Without that preferential voting, do you know who would have been the representative for Alaska right now? Not senator, but representative.
That'd be Sarah Palin, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is because of preferential voting that Sarah Palin is not the representative for Alaska, and we have a swing state voter Republican in Alaska. Now, does she still vote Republican most of the time? Of course she does, right? This is not like she's not a completely different sort of Republican. She's just able to buck Trump. And you, if you want to see a tangible ways that they vote with or against Trump, look at the confirmation hearings. I think the New York Times does a really good infographic on this where you can see who's voted for all of their nominees, and you can see who votes against the nominees more than anyone else amongst the Republicans, and it is Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. And I think the more, in my view, the more sorry, I should also clarify, this cuts both ways. It cuts against more extreme Dems as well.
Of course.
So maybe Bernie Sanders isn't the senator from Vermont with preferential voting. So those against preferential voting or ranked choice voting are not only Republicans or conservatives. It is also folks on the left wing. But I still think that Australia having that preferential voting and combined with the parliamentary system means you have 2 prime minister candidates that engage in what many call a boring debate. But whereas the Australians love to watch American politics, and I think my favorite stats are 2016, the U.S. and Australia both had elections, and Google found that Australians consumed twice as, or searched for news on the U.S. election twice as much as they did their own. In 2020, there's only one term they searched for more than COVID, U.S. election.
I actually think in 2016 that was me.
I was going to say, it was you in both times.
Google searches. Yeah. I completely agree with you. And I think you've nailed the nuance as well. Because I think people think that it's because of ranked choice voting that Murkowski and Collins are there. But that's not true. They were both there before ranked choice voting came in their respective states. It's because of ranked choice voting they're still there.
That they survive.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. And Murkowski in particular seems to just have no compunction at all and no fear in the slightest about annoying MAGA people. Like, she feels secure, obviously.
Whereas look at other senators who have tried to buck Trump in the past, Joni Ernst, the way that she tried to buck Trump on Pete Hegseth.
Yeah.
And then her famous words to the Trump administration were, make it stop. Because she was getting completely annihilated online and in mail and in calls to her office about the fact that she was not loyal to Trump, right? Completely different picture in Iowa than in the states with preferential voting.
The strange thing for me, as you said, the Wall Street Journal is against it. The Federalist is, they're so against it. Like, a lot of these conservative opinion outlets are against ranked choice voting. It's because they blame ranked choice voting. Number one for Sarah Palin not being there, but also in particular Maine as well, the Paul LePage losing and so forth.
We should clarify who that was. That is sort of like mini Trump.
Yeah, mini Trump, Maine governor, yeah. And it just so happens that for whatever reason, ranked choice voting has helped moderate Republicans and Democrats over more conservative Republicans basically every time.
Yeah.
In this particular era. As you say, there's no reason structurally why it should. Like it cuts both ways, and it could potentially, if it was in Vermont, it would affect Bernie Sanders potentially. But yeah, just for whatever reason, in Maine and Alaska, it's been biting conservatives, and so they have concluded that it's somehow liberal.
Can I just quickly add a shout out as the research director at the U.S. Study Center? We have a non-partisan fellow by the name of Ben Riley, who's Australian and has worked with the AEC here and has also worked with the Australian government on a number of initiatives in the Pacific, who actually is a major consultant for U.S. states on implementing ranked choice voting.
Oh, wow.
And so, cool. Australia is helping the U.S. democracy in some ways, too.
Oh, that's very nice. But I was just going to say that the argument I see them use about ranked choice voting, especially the Federalists, I find very funny, which is, and they say it all the time, I'm sure you've seen it as well. They say the reason why you shouldn't have ranked choice voting, number one is because it's liberal, but number two, because it's just too confusing for people. And you go, your argument is that Americans are too stupid for ranked choice voting. That is what your argument is. So,
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Anyway, there are a bunch of states having ballot questions on this in 2028. Oh, well, they're trying to, at the very least. We'll see what happens because, as you say, it's on the back foot at the moment. All right, next executive orders is when we really start to step up. The law firms' executive orders. Now, when we left the law firms, I've talked a lot about this because this is a particular hobby horse of mine. I don't think it's been talked nearly enough about in the press, and so I keep on talking about it.
I completely agree. And also, could you maybe clarify why you don't think? I'd love to hear why you think it's not talked about in the press enough.
I think, and generally speaking, I think that in American politics, they are just really not into abstract rights and abstract issues, like the rule of law, for instance.
Has to be tangible.
Yeah. It has to be about dollars and cents. It has to be about this person's a good guy, that person's a bad guy, this person, justice and stuff like it. It can't be about theory of rights and stuff like that. They just don't go for that, which is why at the moment Donald Trump hasn't lost a point on immigration, even though there are some of the most heinous things going on in that space. I say that as someone who has spent the last 15 years pretty much with an American politics TV show where I've gone on endlessly about toughening immigration laws. That's been my thing. Hey, I grew up in Australia. So, I think you can do it without being an asshole. And you can do it while being pro-immigration, which I am. And by the way, which Australia is as well. Australia has a very high immigration rate, but at the same time is really tough on illegal immigration. It's possible.
And the U.S. is just copying it as much as it can.
Yeah, totally. Like I'm very pro-immigration, and I think they should toughen the laws. You'd think I'd like what Trump was doing, but man, I do not. It is terrible, and Americans don't care. He hasn't lost a point. Not a point. He's still at 53% approval on his immigration agenda. Even with all the shit going on with El Salvador. Oh, my God. Don't get me started. That's going to be a long podcast on Friday. Anyway, when we left the law firms, because we'd already done a bit of this, Trump had written 3 executive orders at that point in time. He'd been getting back at law firms which had hired his enemies at one point in time. The orders were all slightly different, but they were basically the same order. Trump revoked the security clearances of everyone at the firm. He stopped them entering federal buildings. He stopped them working in the federal government. He stopped any of their clients any of the clients of those firms from having any dealings with the government unless they declare that they have a relationship with that law firm, and then probably they won't have any dealings with the government as a result of that. So their clients can't become federal contractors. Basically, all of them were like that. Before I go on, I didn't ask you your answer to the question. Why do you think no one gives a shit about law firm executive orders in America?
I think you nailed it, but I'd also say that journalism in general is very loath to engage in defending elite institutions right now.
Good call. Okay. And these executive orders essentially stopped the law firms from being allowed to represent people who had business with the government or who had a contract with the government, essentially, which rules out all large clients because the American government has their thumbs in a lot of pies. It would bankrupt many of these firms who make most of their money from the very large clients. And Steve Bannon was extremely open about this, by the way. He was. I know he's not the boss, but you know he's got his friends in the government, and he says this is the whole point.
Right, he's got them going now. He's going after Perkins Coie and Covington Burley to cut them off. They're not going to be walking around making $4 and $5, $6 million a year because he's going to put those law firms out of business. Let me repeat this. There's major law firms in Washington, D.C., and what we are trying to do is put you out of business and bankrupt you, just so you understand it.
I understand it.
Can I just say I'm still not used to him doing the Johnny Cash thing with that outfit. What happened to the multiple polos, right?
Yeah, I miss them.
I wonder if he's hired a stylist. He looks different and he looks more put together than he did before. Maybe he's not at the White House, and so I'm not seeing the very close-ups that we'd get from the media with that.
That's part of it. I reckon you're right. I reckon he has styled up a bit. And I'll tell you why I reckon it is. I'm mind reading here, so I'm probably wrong. I reckon things changed when Bill Barr became Attorney General. I think Steve Bannon saw what he looks like when he had a look at Bill. Because him and Bill Barr, they got a lot. They have a lot in common, and Steve Bannon looked particularly bad when he saw it next to a tidier version of him. And I think they cleaned up his act a little bit after that.
I've never thought of the similarities between Bill Barr and Steve Bannon, but yeah, maybe.
There were people on the internet who did refer to Steve Bannon as sloppy Bill Barr. Or Bill Barr. I think at one point in time, Jimmy,
Kimmel?
Jimmy Kimmel, I think at one point in time described Steve Bannon as Bill Barr 3 days after he died. Anyway, just to be clear with these law firm executive orders, they are absolutely double standards. Trump has been acting like one of the main reasons he's going after all these firms is because of DEI. Every law firm does DEI. It's such a pretext. In particular, conservative law firms do DEI as well, like Jones Day, for instance, who on their website even now still have how they support migrant children and Ukraine and African justice and fighting hate crimes, all the kind of stuff that will get Trump's back up about these other law firms. That's a conservative law firm, though, so no one cares.
What? They also don't call it DEI.
No, I know, but I promise you, if this is one of the firms that Trump wanted to get, he'd be talking about, they're helping illegal immigrants at the border and stuff. Like I've been reading the executive orders; they all go there.
They always start with DEI. That's always the first.
Totally, every single time. Kirkland and Ellis boast on their website about receiving a 100% score on the Human Rights Campaign's corporate Equality Index every year since 2008, about how they're the best law firms for women and diversity, how in 2024 they won America's greatest workplaces for diversity list.
Newsweek is not the outlet that I would put on my website if I had won an award for diversity, because I don't even know who runs Newsweek anymore.
Well, isn't that diverse?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
They're not hiring successful people. Sullivan and Cromwell all publicize their diversity, equity, and inclusion year in review. But all these firms, they're conservative. So no problems. They don't get done. What's new, though? A whole bunch more is new. Trump has issued a bunch of them. Number 4 was against Jenner and Block, who once employed Andrew Weissman, a top staffer in the Mueller investigation. Weissman was a partner at Jenner from 2006 to 2011 and from 2020 to 2021. That's enough, apparently, to punish the whole firm. Although Jenner also backed lawsuits challenging the administration's policies on transgender people and asylum seekers. This is what the EO said about that. Jenner engages in obvious partisan representations to achieve political ends, supports attacks against women and children based on a refusal to accept the biological reality of sex, and backs the obstruction of efforts to prevent illegal aliens from committing horrific crimes and trafficking deadly drugs within our borders. Some of those lawsuits were actually successful. The courts decided they were in the right, and Trump is still punishing them. Even if they were wrong, this is still punishing law firms literally just for representing clients, which is their job. Number 5 was Wilmer Hale. They employed Robert Mueller until 2021. The executive order wrote, Wilmer Hale is also bent on employing lawyers who weaponize the prosecutorial power to upend the democratic process and distort justice. For example, Wilmer Hale rewarded Robert Mueller and his colleagues, Aaron Zebley, Mueller's top aide and closest associate, and James Quarles, by welcoming them to the firm after they wielded the power of the federal government to lead one of those partisan investigations in American history. Mueller's investigation epitomizes the weaponization of government, yet Wilmer Hale claimed he embodies the highest value of our firm and profession. Mueller's investigation upended the lives of public servants in my administration who were summoned before prosecutors with the effect of interfering in justice in their ability to fulfill the mandates of my first-term agenda. This weaponization of the justice system must not be rewarded, let alone condoned. How could you not be embarrassed by putting that out in public?
I believe also that Mueller was appointed by a Trump attorney general.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Number 6 was Sussman Godfrey. They helped Dominion Voting Systems obtain a $787 million settlement from Fox News for spreading lies about the 2020 election. The executive order says Sussman spearheads efforts to weaponize the American legal system and degrade the quality of American elections. Now, these all sound like jokes, and they are. And all of these firms immediately went and got injunctions on these executive orders because they're clearly breaking the law. All of them are going to win their cases easily. All right? No problems. That doesn't mean it won't bankrupt the firms, though. The very threat of spending years messing with the administration, who's only too happy to punish your clients, is going to scare clients away. If you want to see evidence of this, just listen to the firms that chose not to fight, but to settle, which of course is what Trump really wants. The first settler was Paul, Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton, and Garrison. Their ex-partner had left the firm to assist the New York DA investigate Trump's finances. Oh, that's no good. So Trump had to punish them. Trump dropped the executive order in return for Paul Weiss dropping their DEI policies, as if that counts, supplying $40 million worth of pro bono representation over 4 years for causes that both Trump and Paul Weiss supported, namely assisting veterans, countering anti-Semitism, and promoting the fairness of the justice system. Trump also said that Paul Weiss acknowledged unspecified wrongdoing from Pomerantz, their ex-partner, but Paul Weiss disputes that. Now, Paul Weiss copped a lot of crap for being cowardly and giving in to Trump's empty threats. But then their chair wrote a letter, Brad Karp, obviously trying to justify his actions. Let's say that. But it was also quite revealing. I'll read you bits of it. We were hopeful that the legal industry would rally to our side, even though it had not done so in response to executive orders targeting other firms. We tried to persuade other firms to come out in public support of Covington and Perkins Coie. They're the first two firms. And we waited for firms to support us in the wake of the president's executive order targeting Paul Weiss. Disappointingly, far from support, we learnt that certain other firms were seeking to exploit our vulnerabilities by aggressively soliciting our clients and recruiting our attorneys. The New York Times confirms this, by the way. They wrote, New York Times, within days of Mr. Trump's March 14 order, some of the biggest competitors were calling top lawyers at the beleaguered law firm, one of the nation's most prestigious, asking if they wanted to jump ship along with their lucrative clients. Several firms, including Sullivan and Cromwell and Kirkland and Ellis, two of those conservative firms I described before, were looking to exploit the moment, according to 5 lawyers with direct knowledge of the poaching. So you can see the order didn't only severely undermine enemy law firms of Trump, but it provided an opportunity for his ally law firms to poach from them. So it didn't just punish enemies, but it rewards friends as well. The whole thing is very corrupt. And for the record, all those firms publicly denied trying to poach. You can believe them if you want to. Anyway, Karp's letter then said, we initially prepared to challenge the executive order in court, and a team of Paul Weiss attorneys prepared a lawsuit in the finest traditions of the firm, but it became clear, even if we were successful initially in joining the executive order in litigation, it would not solve the fundamental problem, which was clients perceived our firm as being persona non grata with the administration. We could prevent the executive order from taking effect. We couldn't erase it. Clients had told us they were not going to be able to stay with us, even though they wanted to. It was very likely our firm would not be able to survive a protracted dispute with the administration. And that may well be the case for the other firms who have tried to stand fight. We won't know for a few years yet. We'll find out. That fight will go on for a while. Of course, this doesn't just attack Trump's enemies, but it also sounds a huge warning for other big firms. This could be you, it says to the other big firms. We know you do all this diversity stuff. We need almost no excuse to make an example of you. Most of these other firms did nothing, but we still went after them anyway, didn't we? So don't test us out. That's what this order says. It makes those firms think twice about representing opponents of the administration. And you can see the evidence already. Over 500 firms have signed amicus briefs supporting these law firms in their cases against the administration. Not one of them are in the top 20 firms by revenue. Not one. And only a few are in the top 50. So the message is getting through. All right, so what's the problem settling then? I mean, I told you the terms of the settlement. They were nothing. They're just a little bit of pro bono work, saying, oh, our ex-partner did some wrong. I mean, who cares? Who cares? DEI stuff, they're just going to change the name and keep on doing the same thing anyway. Who cares? This is what Brad Karp said. The resolution we reach with the administration will have no effect on our work and our shared culture and values. The core of who we are and what we stand for is and will remain unchanged. To that end, we will continue our proud century-long legacy of courageously standing up for fundamental rights and liberties, for fairness in the justice system, and for our society's most vulnerable individuals. That commitment is woven into our DNA. It was and will never be subject to negotiation or compromise. What bullshit. They've now been let off, and they're not going to be forgetting that they've been let off anytime soon. And Trump won't be forgetting that either. Every choice they make from now on about which clients to take, about which causes to support, are going to be made knowing that Trump is watching them. And if he's not, Stephen Miller surely is. And, at first, they're only going to be slightly conservative on marginal calls. That's how it works. But over time, these things spread and they grow. Trump will be counting on that one. And the more law firms that settle, the more the culture of compliance is going to spread and the further it will go. And we know this because it's already happening. More firms are settling every week, literally every week. First, there was Wilkie, Farr, and Gallagher. They're the ones who employed Doug Emhoff. They settled. They agreed to provide the administration with $100 million worth of pro bono legal services. Then Milbank settled, also agreeing to provide $100 million of pro bono legal services. And they pushed that ball just that little bit further up the hill by being the ones to approach the government this time looking for an agreement before they were even targeted. just in case. Then you had in one weekend 4 firms settling with $600 million combined of pro bono work agreed to. I should say, one of them was Kirkland & Ellis, which are one of the conservative firms who are exploiting the situation. So this stuff spreads over time. Trump, of course, is loving this. This is what he had to say about it all. He thought this was great fun.
You notice that lots of law firms have been signing up with Trump? $100 million, another $100 million for damages that they've done. But they give you $100 million and then they announce that, but we have done nothing wrong. And I agree, they've done nothing wrong. But what the hell? They give me a lot of money considering they've done nothing wrong. And we'll use some of those people, some of those great firms. They are great firms too. They just had a bad moment.
How threatening is that? They just had a bad moment.
There's a lot of historical precedents that I like to point to.
Please.
On a number of fronts. You know, we're talking about NATO and how many presidents have criticized NATO. Talking about the Supreme Court, how many presidents have criticized that, and different justices or judges. I can't say I know of a recent precedence for U.S. presidents doing this.
I can't think of one. Yeah, this is unique. This is innovative. Yeah. Yeah, but so they just had a bad moment there.
And going on to our point about Democrats in disarray,
yeah,
there are a number of senior Democrats who have not left firms that are agreeing to these settlements with the Trump administration. It is a major source of consternation in the Democratic Party about the fact that they are agreeing to these settlements while also being politically active. I think one person who is putting her name on these criticisms is the what was her name? Neera
Tanden.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is one who's really come out swinging. I have not seen many others.
For those who don't know, Neera Tanden is kind of the policy, the uber policy wonk amongst Democrats. She's been the key policy person in both the Biden and the Obama administrations.
Domestic policy coordinator, I believe, in the Biden administration.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, you can tell from that clip I just played that Trump feels like he owns them now, and he probably does. That's the thing. To remind you, the rule of law doesn't work without law firms representing you. Like, you can't just sue someone without a law firm. And if you get a shitty law firm, you're going to lose. And it'll cost you everything. So that's a problem. This is literally as well. The courts are literally the only impediment to Trump's power left. Trump completely dominates the press now. Completely. Congress may as well not exist. The only thing left is the courts. And he's trying to pressure the judges. And I don't know if it's working at all, but it's not working as much as he'd like it to work. But there's a need to pressure the judges if there are no lawyers. And so the justice system is teetering on the verge of committing hurry-curry here in order to keep profitability, essentially. It's a scary situation. But you know what? It still gets worse because I've left out the worst part of this law firm stuff until for the end of this. A few weeks back, after all this law firm executive ordering started, conservative activist Dinesh D'Souza, he read the room and he decided to tweet out the following. Skadden Arps is the firm engaged in systematic lawfare against 2,000 Mules. That's the movie that Dinesh D'Souza made. They have an army of 17 attorneys working pro bono against me. I have 2 lawyers. The left's game is to ruin us through protracted, costly litigation. Now, just to be clear, the reason that litigation is so protracted and costly for him is because 2,000 Mules is a farce. That's the election conspiracy, the 2020 election conspiracy movie. And it has been kicked from pillar to post because they have no evidence for anything that they claim. And people keep on taking them to court going, well, can you prove this claim? Nope. Okay, then. Then you should apologize. And the Georgia Secretary of State had made real sport out of them, going through claim by claim, trying to get them to prove anything. And they got no proof for anything, right? So that's what's going on there. Elon Musk replied with this. Scadden, this needs to stop now. How ominous is that? Even more ominous. I mean, it's unmistakable what he's hinting there. I think we all can all agree, yeah, that he could see Scadden punished if they don't stop going after a conservative. A few days later, Scadden announces a settlement with the administration. They offer $100 million in pro bono legal services. So are they dropping the case against 2,000 Mules? We don't know. They haven't said peep about it. Nothing at all. I don't like the chances of the case continuing, I have to say, but we'll see. Either way, this is a terrible direction for the rule of law, where you don't even need to explicitly threaten people anymore. All you need to do is just let them know you're watching, and then they back down. That's where we're at. And do you reckon the Trump administration is going to keep on letting them know that they're watching? I reckon they will. So that's my section on the law firm executive orders. I think this is a massive threat. Like, honestly, I can't emphasize enough how as soon as law firms lose their balls against Trump, there is nothing standing in his way to do anything he likes.
I think there are enough independent lawyers. There's a number of them. I can't remember the name of the one who he names all the time, who leads most of the lawsuits that he loses.
Oh, you're talking Mark Elias?
That one.
Yeah,
There it
yeah.
is.
Well, he's a Democrat lawyer.
Yeah. But he
yeah.
also, and he is only growing his network. I think the huge law firms may give up, but there are a number of people resigning from these law firms. There are also a number of people like Elias who are pushing back, and also the Supreme Court on. I know we're not going to talk El Salvador today because that's Dr. Dave territory, but the Supreme Court was very clear on what should happen with him. 9-0.
Yeah.
To facilitate that decision. So I still feel like even with the law firms taking this pathway, there's plenty of lawyers still to fight the good fight where necessary. After all, there were and it's actually inspiring. I think the Daily did a podcast episode with one of the lawyers who resigned. I believe it was from Scadden.
They had quite a few resignations, actually.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Scadden. And he is a Japanese American man who grew up in Japan, the son of a Japanese mother and an American father, and the American father was, I guess, not in the picture, and the Japanese mother raised him in Japan. Then he moved to the U.S. And it is so inspiring hearing his patriotism, but also what led him to ultimately resign and saying that it did not align with his core values. And I have to think that a number of people are actually still, maybe not officially, but unofficially enough would fight the good fight for the necessary causes. And even if the huge corporate law firms may not officially.
I'm not saying there'll be none. What I am saying is that we are 3 months into a 4-year term.
Yep.
And things are moving quickly.
Yep.
That is what I'm saying.
And again, what I have to think as well is what is the policy solution for this? We haven't really seen a president engage in this behavior in modern history. So what sort of policy could mitigate this in the future. Because you really hit it home how much some of these firms rely on the government work one way or another. If you bring the name of these firms to government employees, I talk to these government employees all the time, and they'll say, "Oh, wow, that's a huge firm. They're capitulating," because they deal with these law firms all the time. So the fact that the number one name of the game with Trump is leverage. The fact that the president has so much leverage, I think, is maybe the sort of policy challenge here that we need to solve for.
Yeah, and I mean you're right. But we're right in identifying what the issue is here, which is how do you change this practically? Because you know what Trump's doing, he doesn't need executive orders to do. These executive orders are all illegal. He could just say it.
Yep.
He could just tweet it. He could just say, "Jenna, you're persona non grata. Please, no one do business with them." That's all he needs to do.
Yeah.
That's legal. Like what do you do? I don't know. Once again, the problem is the context in which he is in. He has so much extra power than a normal president would have.
Yeah.
It's and he's exactly the wrong person to have it. How are you holding up there?
I'm
okay?
great.
Okay, all right.
Let's go.
Okay, all right. Let's keep going.
How are you doing, Lucky?
What?
For those,
I'm all right.
For those who,
All right, keep going. Keep going.
Who are following along with us, is currently 1:17 a.m. That's why we're asking each
Loving
other
it.
this.
This is so much fun.
It's fine by me. As soon as we finish, I'm going back to my reading because I've got Planet America tomorrow. Okay. The next executive order involves, they keep on stepping up. The next one involves targeting individual people rather than law firms. Let's start with Miles Taylor. I can't believe we're only 3 months into this administration. I feel like I'm aging like a fruit fly. Like it's
not even 100 days.
I know.
It's not even officially 3 months.
And we're already targeting individuals with executive orders. Anyway, isn't it? Yeah. All right, Miles Taylor. Sorry?
Just another hole I'm just thinking on the last issue. If you are a law firm, like maybe like facilitating, I'm just thinking that something that the Trump administration would hate. So facilitating like Hamas terrorists or something like that, and you are a not Trump president.
Yeah.
You can target that law firm, right? Like the president has that authority to be like, you get no more government.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
But the thing is, like, is the policy solution then to get Congress involved to make sure that they sign off in it as well? Or is it like the president just with the bully pulpit can just do so much?
Just ignoring them.
Yeah. That's just such a thorny. Sorry to bring up a question.
No.
I have no insights on this. I'm just thinking of like
right.
where there might be a legitimate case for prosecuting a law firm.
Well, here's the thing that I have, like, I've said this a few times, and I'm sure you've heard me say it, that I think the original sin of this era is when people look back on it, it's going to be Congress. It's going to be like when Congress took themselves out of the Constitution, essentially, which is what has happened. But the whole thing falls apart. Like the Congress is such a key part of the Constitution. When they take themselves out and essentially make themselves a support team for the president, everything falls over.
Yeah, I have to think, again, similar to the post-Nixon era, remember all the reforms that were implemented post-Nixon and all the, including like reevaluating the CIA, 10-year terms for the FBI director. I have to wonder when this is over, what reforms will take place. First Trump term, the number one reform was the Electoral College, right? Will there be other reforms moving forward? I'm not sure.
I think there will be a number of reforms, but I just think that the reforms themselves don't matter as much as Congress, because Congress.
But that's what I mean. Maybe the reforms are to Congress. Maybe it is Congress clawing back its role in tariffs, its role in foreign policy. Like the fact that there hasn't been a declared war since World War II, yet somehow there are all these emergencies that necessitate tariffs all over the world.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many areas where
Absolutely.
Congress has capitulated.
I agree. Okay, now Miles Taylor. I don't know if you know that name. He's the guy who wrote that op-ed as anonymous back in 2018. Then he quit. from I think it was in Foreign Affairs.
DHS.
Yeah, DHS. Yeah, sorry, Foreign Affairs. Yeah, DHS, and then he wrote a book about his time in the White House. He's now a bit of a constant sort of CNN presence. This is what Trump says about Taylor. He illegally published classified conversations to sell his book under the pseudonym Anonymous, which is full of falsehoods and fabricated stories. In so doing, Taylor abandoned his sacred oath and commitment to public service by disclosing sensitive information obtained through unauthorized methods and betrayed the confidence of those with whom he served. So which is it? Are the stories false and fabricated or sensitive and classified? Because that's just one sentence I read there, and you can't have both. So you need to choose one or the other. Quite contradictory there. Anyway, he then in the fact sheet goes on to say, that was in the executive order. In the fact sheet, he's got a section, draining the swamp. President Trump is delivering on his promise to drain the swamp by rooting out inefficiency, corruption, and disloyalty. So now his definition of draining the swamp is to root out people who aren't his supporters. That's what draining the swamp means now. It's just, these things just gradually just change. So I just want to just note that. And he finishes with, in the executive order, President Trump is restoring trust in government by prioritizing loyalty to the Constitution and the American people over entrenched bureaucratic interests. So these one-man bills of attainder are restoring trust to the government, apparently. But let me go into what it does. Quote, suspend any active security clearances held by Miles Taylor in addition to individuals or entities associated with Taylor, including the University of Pennsylvania. Huh? What did the University of Pennsylvania have to do with this? Let me tell you. Taylor taught an undergraduate course at Penn in the fall of 2023 called The Future of Conservatism in the GOP. That's it. So that's more of Trump punishing employers and vengeance against loose associates, which is the logic of a terrorist. We're not just going to hurt you; we're going to hurt those you care about. Like that. That's the logic. That's the logic that they use. That's your it's a blackmail kind of thing. Yeah. It's and they also order a DHS investigation. I further direct the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with any other relevant agency heads, to take all appropriate action to review Miles Taylor's activities as a government employee. This review should identify any instances where his conduct appears to have been contrary to suitability standards for federal employees, and where his conduct appears to have involved the unauthorized dissemination of classified information. Upon completing this review, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall prepare a report to be submitted to the President through the Council to the President with recommendations for appropriate remedial or preventative actions. Okay. I don't expect you guys have all read the executive orders. That's new. All the other reviews he's commissioned have gone to Stephen Miller. That one goes to the President, directly to the President. My favourite bit, though, is when he was asked about this executive order afterwards. Trump said this, I barely remember him. Somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things, they're all lies. I think he's guilty of treason. Yep, you barely remember him, yet you wrote an executive order to get him. Very convincing. And Taylor's response to this is on Twitter, I said this would happen. Dissent isn't unlawful. It certainly isn't treasonous. America is headed down a dark path. Never has a man so inelegantly proven another man's point. Which is not a bad call. And I just flag Taylor's op-ed back in 2018. The root of the problem is the president's amorality. Anyone who works with him knows he's not moored to any discernible first principles that guide his decision-making. Although he was elected as a Republican, the president shows little affinity for ideals long espoused by conservatives, free minds, free markets, and free people. At best, he's invoked these ideas in scripted settings. At worst, he's attacked them outright. In addition to his mass marketing of the notion that the press is the enemy of the people, President Trump's impulses are generally anti-trade and anti-democratic. That aged well, didn't it? So anyway, that's the Miles Taylor executive order. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, again, this is hard to point to modern day precedents for this.
It is, isn't it?
Right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would point to Joe Biden's
Pardons.
one, the pardons. Two, the removal of security for some folks. I believe he might have done.
Yeah.
And the removal of security clearances, I should clarify, for Donald Trump. But yeah, this is I can't say it's been something that in my lifetime I've seen a president do before.
Can I say on that, I got no problems with him removing people's security clearances, even as vengeance. He's the president. That's part of his job. That's not even stretching his job. That's well within his job. He can remove whatever security clearances he wants to. I got no problems with that. Where my problem is number one, all the investigations. Because that's terrible. Because I think when you hear an investigation, you probably think to yourself, oh, well, if he's got nothing to hide, it's not a problem. Who cares? They can't pin something on him that he didn't do. But he isn't a law firm. He's an individual. If he's the subject of an investigation, he has to hire a lawyer. They'll bankrupt him. Could ruin him.
I think the New York Times covered this in the first Trump administration, how he tried to get the IRS to do more investigations into people like Hillary Clinton, and they were unable to come up with anything substantive. So, yeah, this would not be unprecedented for Donald Trump, but this is not something since maybe the J. Edgar Hoover days. Are we familiar?
And I also really hate, like, even though I say security clearances is the president's job, I really hate removing security clearances from random people who have nothing to do with this person. Like, everyone from the University of Pennsylvania. What bullshit. Like, just come on. There's another one from Chris Krebs, who is the head of the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA.
Who, by the way, I should add, just as a think tank wonk, is a through and through wonk.
Yeah.
He is like as wonky as they get. He is like down deep in the weeds and has a lot of respect in the cyber community.
Well, he's a security threat. Let me tell you all about it. Trump ended up firing him by tweet in November 2020 after Krebs affirmed the integrity of the 2020 election. Krebs is also a witness for the House January 6th committee about the 2020 election again. This executive order does mention COVID censorship a bit. I don't exactly know what Krebs had to do with that, I have to admit. But it's pretty clear what Trump actually cares about most when the memorandum focuses on this kind of stuff. Krebs, through CISA, falsely and baselessly denied that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen, including by inappropriately and categorically dismissing widespread election malfeasance and serious vulnerabilities with voting machines. I think this is the first time Trump has gone out and punished someone simply for disagreeing with his conspiracies. I think that's also unprecedented, I have to say.
I have to wonder about the other Republicans who, and other Trump administration officials who spoke to the Jan 6 committee. He has targeted him and Miles Taylor.
Yep.
For people who were in the Trump administration. I have not seen him target yet anyone else, including Cassidy Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Nothing on her. I don't know what her career is now. When you are that young in D.C. and you do something like what she did in terms of speaking out against the Trump administration and divulging the secrets of what happened that day, and I should say the truth of from her perspective what happened that day, that is something that you basically don't get work again.
Yeah.
In that, on that side of the political ledger.
She wrote a book. That's, I think, all that's happened since. Yeah.
Yeah. What else? Do you just change careers altogether and you're never welcome back in that town unless you're on the Democratic side? It's just it really is the notion, and maybe it factors into the sort of age we're in right now. So many people make a career out of politics and it didn't used to be this way. It used to be people would come and go, drop in, then drop out, maybe drop in again. But now it is a whole lifetime that people make a whole career of being political appointees, and they don't diversify very much, and so they see it as an existential threat to lose your job and to have something like this happen to you.
I bet Cassidy Hutchinson does get an executive order against her. It's there's plenty more coming, I'm sure. The first section of Krebs's fact sheet is called Ending Government Censorship. The second section is called Ensuring Loyalty and Accountability. So he sees no conflict between those two positions at all. It's like, you have the right to say whatever you want, but if you say anything I don't like, I will hold you accountable using my position of authority. It's an interesting irony. Even more disturbing, quote from the fact sheet. President Trump has made clear that loyalty to the United States must come before personal or partisan agendas, taking decisive action against those who misuse their undeserved influence to deceive the American public. So he's completely in his own head conflated loyalty to him with loyalty to the country, which is interesting as well.
I don't know. Is that new?
I didn't say he's the only one who's ever done that.
No, I'm not even saying other president. I'm just talking
Trump.
about Trump. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
that's
That's
from
true.
day one. This is
It's been a bit of that.
yeah. The executive order is unprecedented. Him equating the country with himself is sort of par for the course.
I really need to. Sorry, we'll just have a little. No, damn it. I was just going to pause and take a photo of Lockie falling asleep in the lockbox.
Official.
Oh,
it's over.
we got to turn the hourglass.
around?
We got to
Okay.
turn the hourglass. Now be really careful. We
Well,
haven't got our stand yet, so we got to be.
Wait, it looks like no. I lied. There's a
That's
tiny
okay.
bit.
That's okay.
Should I do it?
Yeah, turn it. Turn it.
Okay.
Now, it does fall over, so just be very careful.
There we go.
There we go.
Let's do it. 4 more hours. You ready, Lockie?
I can do it. I'm here.
That's 2 hourglass turning podcasts in a row. Okay. That's going to be a new noun, a real hourglass turner.
You know, we didn't finish what we were saying before about off air about Jon Stewart and his interview of Ezra Klein. You
Yes.
know, that podcast was amazing about that podcast.
What's that?
He highlighted the fact that Corey Stewart's most amazing feat Cory Booker's most amazing feat for speaking that long was he didn't go to the bathroom.
Yeah. He literally didn't go to the
Standing,
bathroom.
I'm with you. Not going to the bathroom, that's next level. I have to wonder if he had some extra things that were not visible to facilitate that.
Well, he said, according to him, it's because he didn't drink anything for 24 hours before he started.
I just don't think you can be that age and do that. I don't think it's feasible. I have to wonder if he had some assistance.
Look, you might be right. Like, there's all kinds of little things you can buy through the internet these days. I'm pretty impressed just with the standing. Like, honestly, I have trouble sitting for 4 hours during this podcast. You can always see me stretching and stuff. Standing for 25 hours, that would suck.
Nah, I can do that. I used to be a security guard when I was 18. Did a lot of standing. Just got to make sure you have the right shoes, and he did. And he could lean on things. He could move around. He could walk. Doable.
Man. That would screw my back up. Anyway, what does this do? Usual security clearances revoking. I hereby direct the heads of executive department and agencies to immediately take steps consistent with the existing law to revoke any active security clearance held by Christopher Krebs. I further direct the Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence, to all the relevant agencies to immediately take all action as necessary and consistent with existing law to suspend any active security clearances held by individuals at entities associated with Krebs, including Sentinel-1. As always, they punish their employer as well, who's done nothing wrong. Sentinel-1's a cybersecurity firm. Removing security clearances for a cybersecurity firm will probably put them out of business. Excellent. Investigations, same thing again. This time he's directing the Attorney General to investigate Christopher Krebs, and it will again be submitted directly to the President. These two are a new direction for Trump, these two executive orders. Sorry, they're memorandums. memoranda. These two memoranda are a new direction. They both actively turn the law against mere dissent and nothing else, just dissent. The ones until now, that has not been the case. It's been people, I've been critical of the ones until now, but this is another step along the journey. If you're on slippery slopes, this is further down the slippery slope than the law firm ones. Because it's just purely disagreement, clearly First Amendment protected behaviour. This is like the law firm executive orders, and that is about discouraging opponents. The difference is, of course, individuals have less chance of defending themselves. This is kind of dictatorship stuff, singling out individuals for punishment because they disagree with you.
I have to wonder, this has been said, but I truly have to wonder if they've thought about this. This cuts both ways. What if you have a subsequent, let's say, Harris administration doing the exact same thing? And just like, if you're going to open up this, break this fire alarm in this way, then I have to just wonder what they think a subsequent Democratic administration will. Do they think that a subsequent Democratic administration would be too afraid to engage in this behavior, would not have the capacity to? Like, have you seen anyone answer that question in the Trump orbit?
No. But I think that, to answer your question, I haven't seen anyone directly answer that, but I've seen indirect answers. Some people think that the Democrats are never going to win another election. Which is, the kind of hubris you see from new administrations at times.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's just that. I think that they think that if Democrats tried it, they would use the fact that they have media dominance over Democrats to punish them. And I think it's true, they do. I think we've long gone past the point where Republicans have an advantage in the media.
Yeah.
I think that
Pod Save America versus
20
conservative podcasts.
Yeah, the new media is big.
Yeah.
And even on TV, like Fox News dominates cable TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's radio, which is there's even more dominance.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I know there's, mainstream media is, does lean left, but not by as much as it used to, number one. And number two, the mainstream media is a much smaller part of the media than it used to be.
Yeah.
I think the Republicans can drive messages much better. They also have the uniformity of the conservative press that the mainstream media does not offer Democrats as well. So I think that they can just win the media war.
I don't think people appreciate enough just how much Joe Rogan gets way more listens than MSNBC.
Yeah.
Way more listens than CNN.
Yeah.
No one appreciates that. And they just assume that MSNBC and CNN continue to drive the news day, and they really don't.
It's a really interesting question. I asked this question on PEP. What do you do if you're a Democrat? What do you do? Because
you go on Joe Rogan.
No, I'm not saying that. You definitely go on Joe Rogan.
And don't give in to the people saying, maybe not.
Yeah, you definitely go on Joe Rogan. I made that clear in the election as well. But when you're next in power, which I think, despite what I just said before of what some conservatives think, I think they will be in power in 2028. Are you prioritizing trying to return the norms and trying to get rid of the contagion? Or are you prioritizing providing disincentive from the next person doing it? Because the way you provide disincentive is by escalating, or at least giving back to them what they did to you. That's disincentive. But if you do that, you're just bedding down this new perversion. I personally would not do that. I mean, I know that would be unpopular amongst the Peppers, and especially would be unpopular amongst Americans. But I just think this stuff, once it's gone, it doesn't come back. It just doesn't come back. And Trump is an aberration until the next person does it. And then he's not an aberration anymore. Then that's just the new rules. That's my thoughts.
So you think the Democrats should do what?
I think the Democrats should. I think that they can be aggressive. I think the Democrats should they should be far more aggressive. But I think at the same time, they shouldn't go out just being just as corrupt as Trump was and being just as abusive of power as Trump was. To go, oh look, two can play that game. Have a look at this. We can also ignore the Supreme Court. We can also just start punishing random Republicans. I just don't think they should do that because I think otherwise that's just how it is from now on.
I think politically, in terms of political gravity, I don't see Democrats doing well with someone saying I'll be just as aggressive as Trump. I think what you see a lot of times is a rejection or a pursuit, to put it in positive terms, of something they didn't have before. With Barack Obama, it's the pursuit of not Texan republicanism. With Donald Trump, it's the rejection of urban multicultural democracy. With Joe Biden, it was normalcy after uncertainty. And so I don't see Democrats having the political willpower or the political runway to pursue things in the same way Trump did. I think there is going to be a backlash.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I mean, I suppose what I'd say on what I was saying before, I think that Democrats should. I think it's okay to vilify your opposition. I think that's fine. I think that's just how the game is played, and to vilify them hard. I've got no problems with that. But I think they should govern effectively. And they should try and win elections through being much better at governing while really leeching every drop they can out of the outrages of the Trump era. I think that's what I would say.
I think that in terms of political gravity and what's likely, George Washington famously didn't serve 2 terms, and he wanted to be seen as sort of like a modern-day Cincinnatus. That's what I was just checking right now to make sure it was Cincinnatus, not someone else, in terms of like a reluctant statesman. I just want to go back to my farm. And, you know what I mean? I could see basically someone maybe like who many Dems wanted Joe Biden to be. Someone who's like, I'm an elder statesman. I know how this should be working. I know how to make it effective. I'm going to do 1 term and then I'm out. Or something like that, like, and it's almost like a Jimmy Carter-esque, like I'm going to restore moral authority to the Oval Office or whatever, but then actually pledge to only do one term or something like that. I don't know. I feel like that if I'm looking at like what people are just like craving, again, we were just talking how it's so hard to predict what people will want 4 years from now. And every single prediction is always proven wrong 4 years in advance. Let's not forget in 2012. Everyone thought Scott Walker was the future.
Yeah.
I still think that sort of Cincinnatus reluctant statesman who just wants to come in, implement some reforms that actually remove White House power and give it back to Congress is where people are going to want to be.
Look, I'd love that happened. That's wonderful for me. That would be the Democrats turning to me.
Yeah.
I'd love that. A one-term president obsessed with just reforms and rights and civil liberties, and that'd be beautiful. I'd love it. They like a kind of Democrat sort of Calvin Coolidge, who's just hands off and just try. Like that'd be tremendous. I don't think that's going to be happening. I think that I think we know what's going to happen. Like history tells you what's going to happen. What's going to happen is the Democrats going to find a young, charismatic person, and they're going to win. They're going to win the election because that's the only time Democrats win. Like Joe Biden, I know was not that, but Joe Biden was a very special circumstance. If you look before him, you got Obama, you got Clinton, you got Kennedy, you got Jimmy Carter. Like these were youngish, charismatic individuals. That's when Democrats win. Democrats are going to find another one who they fall in love with, and they go, "Oh, you're so dreamy." It's going to be that. It's going to be Moore or someone like that. Like he's going to come in fresh faced, oh, he's so strong. And like that's what's going to happen. It happens every time.
Or it's just J.D. Vance and you and I become way more familiar with Catholic theology.
You want to talk about the frustrations of populism.
I'll just quickly say, because we're nearing the 4.5 hour mark.
We are. We're just about the end here.
I think a lot of people underestimate just how much, I've said this already in this podcast, but Trump is good at some things. And one is he is a grievance-based politician, and he's very good at finding grievances. He's very good at putting his finger on things that weren't really on our radar. Trade in 2016 was not really on our radar as a top grievance. It was almost like a fringe thing, right?
Yeah.
Immigration as well. It was a thing, but it was not covered in a lot of media. And even China. He is very good at pointing at problems and ailments in society, and saying this is really bad, and then developing almost a consensus that something is bad. Like that the conventional approach to China was bad, and I think most Americans agreed with him. Even Democrats came around to agree with him. The frustration is that, especially with tariffs, you're seeing everyone, so many people, even in your last episode, in this episode, you're talking about how tariffs in some areas can be useful and can be constructive. So many people are going out of their way to say, I'm with you on taking on China, or I'm on putting on selective tariffs, but this makes no sense. The thing is, he's a grievance-based politician. He's very good at breaking things, but I said this before and I'll say it again, he just doesn't build very well. As good as he was on things that perhaps like the Abraham Accords, I'm not seeing many other examples of building coalitions. I think his former national security advisor, H.R. McMaster, said he's not an additive politician. It's just zero sum. And I just see this time and time again that like on these tariffs, so many people, like I said, were going out of their way to say, oh, maybe this, maybe that. And he has proven everyone wrong. He has basically alienated 90% of the people not in the MAGA base who were maybe leaning towards being supportive of him, because he doesn't actually provide the substantive policy solutions that actually change the dynamics. If anything, you could argue that the tariffs make everything worse, and they actually undermine the core strengths that inform the frustration that Americans are really feeling. Americans feel that America is a dynamic economy and a world leader, and it should be more of one. It should be exerting that strength more so. And I think in many ways these tariffs are undermining it.
I think you're absolutely right. I have nothing to add. That's just good. It's good stuff. I'm just because of the timing. I like he's awake. just because of the timing, I'm just going to just make one quick point on the Showerheads, unless you want to go into Showerheads.
I really don't.
Yeah, okay. I'll just say about the Showerheads executive order that all he's done is just, there's been a regulation they've been flipping back and forth about showerheads are capped at 2.5 gallons per minute, right? Or rather, nozzles are capped. Obama made it that the entire showerhead was capped at 2.5 gallons per minute. Trump changed it to 2.5 grams per minute per nozzle, but you can have more than one nozzle. Then Biden moved it back, and now Trump wants to move it back again. None of this matters because, from what I can gather, no one in the industry wants to make multiple nozzle showerheads. So it doesn't matter what it actually says. The showerheads are going to stay the same, from what I can gather. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because there's one thing of interest in this executive order. It has nothing to do with showerheads.
Let's hear it.
It's one line where he says, notice and comment is unnecessary because I am ordering the repeal. Huh? What he's referring to there, for those who don't understand, the Administrative Procedure Act requires federal agencies to give the public time to comment. on any change in regulation, and a revoking of a regulation is a change in a regulation, right? Then the agency needs to take account of that feedback before they issue the final regulation. They also need to, if they do change the regulation, they do explain why they haven't accepted relevant criticisms. That's how it works. That's what the law says.
Yeah.
Trump says you can ignore the law because don't need to do that because I am ordering the repeal. Literally, he's saying you can break a law because I said so. That's what he's saying. I'm a broken record. That's dictatorship. That's dictatorship. That's just more of this. Just decrees like a king. I mean, it's illegal. It's not going to go anywhere. No court is going to take that. But just his mindset is very unhealthy. And I think it is becoming more unhealthy. Like you see this shit creeping into more and more of these executive orders. You just go, oh, man, what are you doing?
Yeah, but Bill Maher says he laughs at himself.
Anyway, so I just wanted to raise that for just that reason.
I was really wondering where you're going to go with that Showerheads one, and that was a fantastic point. Thank you.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I've just got one more thing left to do, and it's to play a very long clip and then get your take on this very long clip. This is from one of my favorite podcasters. A lot of you will know him. He's called Dan Carlin. Have you heard Dan Carlin?
Of course. Hardcore History.
Yes. Great history podcast. I love his history podcast. But also has a political podcast called Common Sense.
Yep.
You might recognize, if you listen to it, you'll recognize that my point of view is very similar to his. I'm gonna play 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes from his podcast. I hope we don't get copyrighted.
Do we need to talk over it?
No, we should play us watching it, so we can at least shrink it. But it's every now and then I might just make a little noise, but you can make comments every now and then just to help it out.
Okay.
But let's not talk constantly over it because it's really good stuff. You'll hear. I can't make it any shorter.
Okay.
It's actually not even his view. It's him reading a book. I could read the book myself, but I want to give him credit for this because this is from his podcast.
Okay.
It's a book from a guy called Dr. Bruce Ackerman. The book's called The Decline and Fall of the American Republic. It's from 2010. And he's quoting this book from 2010. And it is eerily prescient from where we are right now. And the fact it's called The Decline and Fall of the American Republic.
Yeah, it was the rise of the Tea Party. Yeah. Like we could see the writing on the wall.
Yeah. Well, but you wait. This is amazing stuff. And so anyway, I strongly recommend, this is from... He only does these podcasts every 2 years. I love this about him. He only does a podcast when he's got something to say. And his latest podcast, it's called Common Sense, the political one. This episode is called What's Good for the Goose is Good for the Gander. I recommend the whole podcast. He's brilliant. I especially recommend Hardcore Histories. I love this man. But yeah, I want you to listen to this next 6.5 minutes and be amazed at what was written in 2010. And then I want your thoughts on this. And this is, I think, how we should go out. This is a long excerpt, but man, it's worth it. Let's go.
And he writes, quote, "The system is also promoting different personality types to the White House. Nominees of major parties are no longer absolutely required to convince a broad range of senior politicians of their fitness for the job. While establishment support is generally an asset, the winning candidate may owe his presidency more to the media consultants and movement activists who've sustained his momentum throughout his lengthy presidential campaign. Charisma," he writes, "counts more. Seasoned judgment counts less. A career of political achievement is always nice, but a successful career in the movies or television may be even better," end quote. Ackerman goes down, by the way, president to president to president, shows where, they had contributed to this problem. For example, when Bill Clinton ran into things that were preventing him from doing what he wanted to do in terms of reforms and changes and achievements, he made some of the same claims that you hear the current presidency making. And Elena Kagan would write in the Harvard law review that even though his efforts created problems, it was worth it for the goal. And Ackerman writes, quote, Kagan notes that Clinton's presidential pretensions generated recurring bouts of lawlessness as the bureaucracy tried to fulfill the president's directives. Nevertheless, she concludes the dangers of charismatic lawlessness are outweighed by the president's unique claims to democratic legitimacy. If he is to fill the high hopes that Americans have invested in the presidency, he simply must be in a position to overcome the bureaucratic inertia and the tunnel vision that prevents fulfilling his electoral mandate.
The Elena Kagan that he is referring to is now Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan. So we should not just think of her as some random legal scholar. She's actually quite influential. So in many ways, you could argue she sowed the seeds of the moment we're in by giving that more bipartisan approval of a stronger White House or stronger executive branch.
Absolutely.
Ackerman then continues, quote, in treating the risk of lawlessness as an acceptable price to pay for presidential centralization, Kagan's essay played a key role in building a bipartisan elite consensus in support of strong executive prerogatives. It is no surprise, then, that both Bush and Obama have continued down the centralizing path blazed during the Clinton years. I mean, to challenge this Beltway consensus, he writes. The larger framework presented in this chapter permits us to glimpse a darker possibility. By constructing a new form of presidential administration, centrists like Clinton and Obama are preparing the way for a tragic future in which extremist presidents take the center of the bureaucratic stage. Especially when confronting congressional opposition, he writes, they will use their White House staff to give the bureaucracy marching orders to implement their charismatic visions. In generating a steady stream of presidential directives, the super loyalists in the White House will refuse to defer to expert assessments of the facts or traditional understandings of the law provided by the agencies. They will call upon the entire executive branch to join in the exciting enterprise of executing the president's mandate from the people, and these instructions will receive an enthusiastic reception since the bureaucracy will be under the command of presidential appointees who gained their deputy assistant secretaryships on the basis of their partisan loyalties. Is this what we really want? He asks in 2010. Pretty Nostradamus-like right there.
Okay, so this is just me interrupting the clip so that way we don't get busted for copyright. That Dan Carlin is going to continue after this.
Finally, I have one more long quote from him because it was so hard to choose. He basically runs down a list here of very important things it is worth knowing, even if none of you go back and read the original book. And he lists 7 predictions and writes, quote, I predict that 1, the evolving system of presidential nominations will lead to the election of an increasing number of charismatic outsider types who gain office by mobilizing activist support for extremist programs of the left or the right. 2, all presidents, whether extremists or mainstream, will rely on media consultants to design streams of sound bites aimed at narrowly segmented micropublics, generating a politics of unreason that will often dominate public debate. 3, they will increasingly govern through their White House staff of super loyalists, issuing executive orders that their staffers will impose on the federal bureaucracy even when they conflict with congressional mandates. 4, they will engage with an increasingly politicized military in ways that may greatly expand their effective power to put their executive orders into force throughout the nation. 5, they will legitimate their unilateral actions through an expansive use of emergency powers. 6, and assert mandates from the people, in quotes, to evade or ignore congressional statutes when public opinion polls support decisive action. And 7, they will rely on elite lawyers in the executive branch to write up learned opinions that vindicate the constitutionality of their most blatant power grabs. These opinions, Ackerman writes, will publicly rubber stamp presidential actions months or years before the Supreme Court gets into the act, and they will generate heated debate amongst the broader legal community. With the profession divided, he says, and the president's media machine generating a groundswell of support for his power grab, the Supreme Court may find it prudent to stage a strategic retreat, allowing the president to displace Congress and use his bureaucracy and military authority to establish a new regime of law and order. These, he writes, are the dynamics of the decline and fall of the American Republic. End quote. Written in 2010, folks.
Okay, coming back from that clip, that big long clip, interrupted by me a few times. Okay, first thing, just very quickly, when you talk about the military, having a much stronger military doing stuff, I couldn't help but notice this week they're creating a thicker border where the military are going to play.
U.S. Army.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that will, I suspect, become one of the biggest stories of the next month or two, I suspect. You can just see just the beginnings of where we're going there as well. And so what's your take on all that we just listened to?
Yeah, I think a lot of folks saw this coming for some time, but I don't know how much of this starts with Bill Clinton. I would say it's maybe in the post-Jimmy Carter era, right? So Jimmy Carter was our first president in some decades to actually move to constrain the White House and the bureaucracy, right? There were a lot of reforms during the Carter administration to the bureaucracy, to executive branch agencies and departments. And then you had an expansion with Ronald Reagan, with a very strong White House and lots of executive orders that have since been expanded upon by basically every president, right? I'm not sure about H.W. Bush, but definitely his son, definitely Bill Clinton, definitely Barack Obama, and definitely Joe Biden and Donald Trump, right? My only quibble with it was a fantastic insight into our present moment, and it was very insightful impression. But my only quibble is I don't think this started with Clinton.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. Yeah. It's nice, depressing note to go out on that. Is there anything else you'd like to add to this 4.5 hour podcast?
Yeah, if you're with us after 4.5 hours, I will say we, both humanity but also America, have been in these situations before.
Yes.
This is, so many things we talk about in terms of precedents and what's unprecedented. So much of this is unprecedented in our lifetimes, but they're not unprecedented in history. And the founding fathers very much saw populists appealing to our most basic instincts. And if you have to just look at the Federalist Papers, they predicted a lot of this. But they didn't predict political parties. We all know that. They also didn't predict Congress not pushing back.
Yeah.
And so the question I have is, when does Congress start pushing back? Where does it start pushing back? Who starts pushing back? And also in terms of the sort of political runway to give them to push back when the economy starts to bite. The populists usually fall out of power due to natural causes or actuarial causes or reality biting. And I think the economy will be continuing to move in the current direction that it's moving in, given all the data that you shared on both inflation and uncertainty. It is going to bite, and it is the one thing that brought him into office more than anything else, and it very well may be the one thing that brings him out of office.
I agree as well. We agree on a lot.
Twinsies.
Yes, indeed. Jared, this is a stunning debut. Stunning. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. This is a lot of fun.
And when you guys do decide where you're going to put our Planet America set when it heads to the US Study Center, let me know. I might want to visit it every now and then.
I'd love to. Can I just say that I objected to you doing the Situation Room?
Really? Why is that?
Because no one knows what it looks like, number one.
Yeah.
Two, the people who do know what it looks like think it's really depressing and sad compared to what they show in movies. And so I loved your set, and I'm sorry to see it go, but I'm happy that you're giving it to us.
It will live again. I mean, you know why we did it, yeah? We had to do it because they changed the studio.
I do know.
Yeah, sadly. I mean, we were tossing up between the Situation Room and Air Force One. We did think about to Air
All
Force
those
One.
Harrison Ford reenactments. Get off my plane.
Get off my TV show.
For what it's worth, I would have liked Air Force One, but
yeah,
it's not my show.
that's okay. We'll be going for 40 years.
Sounds good. I can't wait.
Thank you so much, Jared. I look forward to the next time. Next time we won't start so early. We'll start midnight. Let's see how far we can push Lockie. Poor old Lockie. It's now 2:07 a.m. Great. On that note, I will see you guys in a few short days. And in terms of if the ABC thing does happen, I think it's probably going to be the week after Anzac Day is what I think they're going for. But at this point in time, the set where they supposedly are going to hold this podcast doesn't exist. So we'll see. But yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jared.
Thank you for having me. This is a lot of fun. And thanks, Pep World. You guys are fantastic.
They are indeed. Thanks, Lockie, and thanks, Peppers. Till next time, stay peppy.